Today we're going to be building this BMI calculator. If you're new here, hi, my name is Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor that loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in starting a career in web development, check out that first link in the description below. Alright, so as I said, we're going to be building this BMI calculator. I want to really focus on the calculator portion first, and then we can add in the styles as we have time. So it's pretty straightforward. What you do, you just drop in your height and your weight, and you select metric or imperial, and then it will calculate your BMI and return that for you. And so that's that's how it looks like with the imperial system. Okay, cool. So yeah, let's go ahead and start that. I've already gotten the code up and running in terms of just the starter, where it's going to be the material UI, Next.js, TypeScript, App Starter that I have linked down in the description below. Again, you don't have to use this, but if you do want to use it, you can definitely use that. And then again, this is the calculator that we're going to be using. We're going to be using the design from Frontend Mentor. So again, if you do want to follow along, you can definitely do that. I'll link that in the description below as well. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and clean up some of these styles, because the starter is meant for like a dark mode start, but this actually looks it's a light mode start. So let's go ahead and get that going. All right, so I'm gonna start by building this like calculator hero section, and we'll build the hero and the calculator. Or let's just start with the calculator itself, because that is kind of the most important thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a new folder, components. I'm going to store all my components in here, and then new file is going to be calculator.tsx. And I'm going to drop this file into my page.tsx. Cool. I'll say calculator. All right, cool. Good to go. So we have our calculator there, and we can see, it's showing up. Awesome. So yeah, as I said, I don't want to focus too much on the styles at first. I want to focus on the functionality, so we get that going, and then we can throw it in with the styles once we have it working. So looking again at our design, basically what we have is two selects. So you choose whether or not you're using the metric system or the imperial system, and then it'll calculate your BMI. I've also gone ahead and saved a little image. I just Googled how to calculate a BMI for metric and imperial, so we can have that as a reference for when we're actually doing the logic for this. So first things first, let's build out just this component. So we'll style up this component just so we don't have to do that separately, and I'm pretty sure this component is going to use state, or use client, then use state. So first thing, we have a typography element, or we'll use a typography element. We have some text, and we'll say enter your details below, and drop that in there, and we'll say font size is going to be, I think it was 29 pixels, so we'll do that. And then we have these two selects, radio buttons, I should say. I think we can just drop in regular radio buttons for now. Oh, they do. They have one from... Okay, let's see if this works. We'll try the radio group, and then we'll say radio. And the first one's going to be metric. Oh, it doesn't. That would make sense. Let's take a look. Okay. Let's take a look at the examples for the radio button here. Oh. Radio group. Ah, gotcha. Form control label. Gotcha. The two radio buttons. So I'll use the styling of it, but I don't think I'm gonna use the radio group. So we'll say that. Okay, and then we also want to set up, okay, so there'll be two buttons. And the value, let's see. Okay, so there's just labels there. Gotcha. Okay, so I could really just add a typography element after them and then just make my own label. So we'll say typography and we'll say metric. Whoops, metric and typography imperial. Oops, imperial. Cool. And then, yeah, we do want to basically set the value once these buttons become checked. So we'll say const selected value, set selected value. We'll say use state. And we'll start with metric. That'll be the default. So checked selected value equals metric. And then we'll say const let's say const swap change system, or change system. We'll say on click. What if it's on click set selected value to imperial, and then here it'll be the same thing, set selected value to metric. Oops. And then check selected value equals imperial, and value will be imperial, and value will be metric. Label A. All right, I'm just gonna comment out what I am not using. Expression expected. Might not like all those comments. Why does it not like that? Oh, silly. All right, cool. Let's check it out here. Okay, awesome. So metric, imperial. So far, so good. That works. Let's do a little bit of styling just so we can see things a little bit better. So we'll say, we'll wrap these two in a box. And we'll say, oh, I wonder if this is going to be difficult to style. Let's see. We'll say, inspect that. Say border, one pixel solid. No, that does not take. Stroke. I don't think stroke is right. No. Let's see. Oh, it's like an icon situation. Gotcha. What if we say fill? Okay, cool. Let's say fill. Okay. Let's try that. So we have, this is the radio button, I think. And then we'll have, oh no. So we have the box, and it gives us a span. Yeah, so this is the radio button. So we want the SVG inside the span. There are two spans. We want the SVG within that. All right, let's see if we can do that. So we'll say span dot span dot, well, actually it's not really span dot span, it's really MUI button base root, or MUI radio root. This might be a little bit more complicated than it's worth. I think I might just want to use a regular radio button for this. Input, I'll just say type equals radio. Oops. I think you can add a label. No, ARIA label. All right. Yeah, that's a lot better. Since we're not actually using any of the styles, I think it's just going to be much more complex. Okay, so input type radio, on click. We can add that. Checked. We can do that. Let's save that. Let's see. Let's look up HTML radio. Okay. Looks good. Let's see. Oh, get rid of the second one. Cool. Get rid of that. And then we can actually use labels and stuff like that, as they suggest that we do here. Say value equals metric. Actually, this should be a metric. And value should be imperial. All right, good. Start. Okay, awesome. Working as expected. Perfect. So then we'll just turn this into a flex box. And yeah, so it defaults to metric, and then we can swap it over to imperial should we want to do that. Looks good. All right, so let's just say justify or align items. Oops, align items to the center. Cool. And then I'll say label. What was it? Label for oops, metric. No, it does not like that. No? Okay. We'll leave it as a typography element for now. Not super mission critical. Okay, so we have those two. Next thing we want to do is this little height and weight input section down here. All right, so this is our first box with our radio buttons. And we'll also do justify content space between. And then I'll set a max width of this box to 44, I think. Or no, 5 something. 564. Okay, so we'll say this larger box, we'll say max width 564 pixels. We'll save that. Okay, cool. Awesome. And then I'm just going to group these two together, the input and the labels. So box. All right, cool. Awesome, and I should have also made those flex boxes. And cool, they're both flex boxes now. Perfect, so that looks pretty decent. Yeah, let's do the next input. So now we need the height and the weight. So I think I'm gonna just go ahead and drop in another box down here. I'm gonna say box, and then I can do another input actually. Input type equals text. Yeah, let's do type equals, oh, technically it's actually a number. Yeah, type equals number. And then we'll do the same with the label here. We'll say, except it'll go in front, we're gonna say height. And we'll put a box around that. And again, boxes are just divs. And then we'll have another one for the weights. Awesome, weight. Cool, so we have our height and our weight. Awesome. Cool, looks good. So we want it to be height and weight, 85 or 185 centimeters, weight in kilograms. So this is our metric calculator. For the height, for the input, what I'm thinking is that I want it to suggest centimeters. So I'm gonna add another typography element that says centimeters here. And then I'm gonna wrap these two in a box. I'll say style, for the input here. We'll say style equals border none. Let's see if that removes the border. Awesome. And then we'll say display flex. Cool. And then we'll say border is going to be, border is going to be dark electric blue. All right, 1 pixel solid, this color. Cool. And then border radius is going to be, what was it, 12 pixels, 0.75, right? Okay, minus that little weird piece being cut out, looks pretty decent. I think we could add some padding, probably. Yeah, 1.25 rem padding. Okay, cool, looking pretty good. So I'm just gonna do that same thing now for the weight, and it's going to be kilograms because we're using the metric system, kilograms. And awesome, looks pretty decent. So now we can actually put in our input here without giving us trouble. And I don't know, maybe I want to, I do want to use text because I don't want it to suggest like an up and down like that. Like I just want it to be a box. But we'll use that for now. All right, cool. So we have that, and then we'll have our result. So we'll say whatever the calculation is, that's going to go down at the bottom there. So we'll add in one more box, and it'll say, all right, and I don't know where they're getting the data for this, like whether or not it's healthy or not. I don't see, yeah, they didn't provide any information there as far as I can tell. I'm not seeing anything that says. So we'll just go with, we'll just sort of give back the BMI. We won't necessarily make like a comment on whether or not it's healthy or not. So we'll just do this bit here. Your BMI is. So we'll say typography, and I'll say your BMI is dot, 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 and then we'll have a second typography element. That's going to be BMI. So we'll say const BMI set BMI. Oops, BMI equals use state. No. We'll say that is what's going to be in here. And it might not like. Okay, cool. That's good. Awesome. So now we can actually do the calculation and make sure that it's working correctly. So looking at our formula here for our metric system, BMI is the weight in kilograms and the height in squared in meters, weight divided by the height. So when the user puts in their weight, we want to save it somewhere. So we'll say const weight, whoops, weight set weight equals use state 0, or we'll start it with null, although I think I'm probably gonna have to change it to 0. Const is weight and height. Set height is use state null, and then we want to perform a check. So we want to say, or we want to calculate. We'll say const calculate BMI. We'll say, and then we'll call this on change. So as they update the values, the BMI will change. So we'll say input, this is the height. We'll say on change e.target. Oops, we want to set height to, oops, set height to e.target.value. And did I spell height wrong? I said weight twice, that's why. Set height to e.target.value. Cool. And e.target.value. Yeah, it's going to give me an error. So we'll say, we'll give it to, we'll say 0. See if that still might not like that. It is not. All right, we'll say any. Let's see if it hates that. Okay, it's fine with that. Again, don't recommend using any, but in order to speed through this, we can go back and type it later correctly. So yeah, set height. And then we want to do the same thing with the weight. So on change, we want to set weight. And yeah, that should work. So then now we want to go ahead and calculate the BMI. So we want to first do a check. If selected value equals metric, do this, else if selected value equals imperial, do something else. So if the selected value is metric, we want to take the weight. So we'll say weight, oops, weight divided by height squared. We're going to say set BMI to that. Const value. Okay, so it's going to set BMI to weight divided by height squared. And it's not assignable. We'll say any. Okay. And then otherwise, we want to set BMI to weight divided by height squared times, whoops, times 703. That'll be our answer. And then we want to calculate this on change. So this is going to be on change. We're setting the height. Ooh, is that going to create a circular dependency? On Unchange. Let's see. Let's see if it gives me an error. We'll say set height and also calculate BMI. Oh, okay. So far, so good. Let's see if this keeps working. Same thing. Calculate BMI. And yeah, we don't need to pass it anything. We already have all the values. And then, yeah, BMI will be returned there. All right, so let's see if this works. Let's say if I am 100 centimeters tall and my weight is 100 kilograms, BMI would be 0.01. I feel like that's not correct. I feel that's very much incorrect. So it's definitely the formula. I think it's probably this bit right here. Let's say const height squared equals height okay, let's try that again. 100 centimeters, 100 kilograms. All right, maybe it is just me doing it incorrectly. Let's do let's do a real BMI calculate. There we go. There's a real BMI calculator. All right, let's just go with metric units. Let's go 100 and 100 and see what we get. Okay, maybe that's not the best way. Let's do 185 by 65. BMI equals 19 kilograms. Oh, maybe we need to multiply it by something. Let me see. Let's see that. So let's say 185 by 65 by 65. And the calculator is giving us, not saying it's 19. BMI calculator. 185, 65. All right, so the answer should be 19. That's the result we're expecting. And we are getting like 17 point something. So that's definitely not correct. So let's sort out this calculator. So let's say console log. Let's console log the weight. Oops. Weight, height squared. Let's see what that is. Okay, we'll refresh real quick. 185, 65. Ah, it's turning it to text. Gotcha. That's the issue. So let us turn it into a number. All right, so which one is it turning to text? No, what did I? Console log weight, console log height squared. Oh no, it's also not setting it, looks like. Set height, centimeters. Set weight, no, okay. Oh, it's just because I have it backwards. Okay, so 185 is the height, but 65. Oh. Okay. Well, let me do this forward so I don't confuse myself. Height, weight. $185. Oh, interesting. It's not updating. Ah, got you. Okay, and 65. Got you. So when it gets to the calculator, it hasn't updated. Got you. Interesting. On change. Then we calculate BMI. Maybe I just need to pass it into the calculate BMI function. That might be the better way to go about this. Rather than doing like a setter and everything like that. That might be better. But how would I do that? That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Maybe I'll just create a calculate BMI button and that'll fix the problem. That's probably the most straightforward way to do this. So if I say height, weight, and then out here I say button, we'll say on click, calculate, on click, calculate BMI. Does that work better? $185, $65, calculate. Okay. Yes, that actually worked. So it's calculating it. I think we just need to multiply it. All right, so let's do one more test. So if we were 125 centimeters and 40 kilograms, let's try that and see if we get the same result. So 125 and 40, calculate. Yeah, your BMI is 25.6. All right, so we have it. It's just we can't do it on change. It has to be through a calculate button. So I'm fine with that. There's probably like a flush you can do to actually set the state each time. If you know what that is, comment it down below and we can use it in the next tutorial. But yeah, as I said, we just want to kind of get through this and create something that you can add to your portfolio. So again, so we have our button here. BMI is being calculated correctly, and then we want to, oh, and we should also check if it works with imperial measurements. We'll say, oh, well, we don't have that set up, never mind. So set BMI to be all of that times 1,000. Nope, 10,000. We'll say BMI calculator formula. Oh, that's what it was doing wrong. They have it in centimeters and it's supposed to be in meters. That's where the issue is. I was like, why is this not working? Because they have it in centimeters. So yes, this actually does make sense. Because centimeters to meters, or meters, whoops, meters to centimeters. Okay, yeah, so it's 100. Okay, so height is going to be in centimeters. So it's actually height times 100 squared. Got you. That was part of the issue. I was like, why is the number just doesn't make sense? All right, let's try this again. Let's go 125 by 40, calculate. Oh no, that's even worse. All right, let's see what's going on here. Height times 100 squared. Try that again. 125 by 40. Okay, we're getting the base numbers right. Or no, sorry, it's going to be height divided by 100 squared. Yeah. Height divided by 100 squared. 125 by 40. There we go. All right, cool. We've got the BMI now. So that's what we needed to do. Height divided by 100. Whoops, squared. And that'll be our answer. Let me just make sure it still works. 125 by 40, calculate. Yeah, okay, so cool. Our BMI is working for the metric system. All right, let's go ahead and set it up for the imperial system. So what we want to do here is we have our metric values. What do we need? We need the height in feet and inches and the weight. I'm just concerned in the weight in pounds, right? Because it's the total weight in pounds for the calculator. Imperial. Yeah, weight in pounds. Oh, we have it here. I didn't need to look it up. Weight in pounds, height in inches. So I don't think I'm going to be concerned about stone. I just want to know pounds. And we'll go with that. We could do the conversion for feet to inches. Like if you're 5 foot, 11, we can do that. All right, so let's see. Height we can leave, but the input's gonna have to change. So we'll say selected value equals metric. If yes, show this. If no, show this. And then this is going to be a box. Actually, yeah, we could just make this a box. And drop that in there. And it's going to be 2 inputs. And first one's going to be feet. Second one's going to be inches. And then we want to actually not set height, but we want to const feet, set feet, use state. And then same thing with inches. Set inches. Cool. So we'll do that down here. We'll say set feet. And we'll say set inches. Cool. So we got the feet and the inches. And then for the weight, because we're going to just do pounds, I think we can actually just change the label. So we're going to say selected value equals metric. Metric. If yes, show me kilograms. If no, show me pounds. Cool, and that looks good. All right, so let me try it out and see if that actually changes first of all. So metric, imperial, yeah, we're getting our feet and our inches. Doesn't look super pretty, but it works. All right, let's make it look a little bit more pretty and then we'll fix, we'll set it up. So we'll say box. We'll say, what do we say? Oh, you know what? That's my fault. I'm actually doing this at the wrong place. For this, I actually need to do it outside of here. So, equals metric. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. This box closes here. Yes, we don't need this. Good. If that is that, do that. Selected value equals metric. Or else, show me another box. And we'll drop that there. But we do need to wrap it in, wrap each of these in this. So wrap that in a box, and wrap this in a, whoops, that in a box as well. Okay, and then this can actually be an empty component. Not perfect. Oh. Okay, perfect. Yeah. So that works. And then for the oh, actually, no, this is actually going to need to be a box. This is going to be, just going to set it, yeah, set it side by side. Cool. So that works. So now when we get feet and height, feet and inches, sorry, what we need to do is we need to say, if it's imperial, we want to say const total inches equals feet times 12 plus inches. And then we want to take the total inches, multiply, or sorry, square the total inches, and then, yeah, we can just do the same thing with the weight and then multiply by 703. So that should work. Let's try a BMI calculator using feet and inches. So we'll say 5 foot, 11 inches, weight, I don't know, 180. Calculate that. 25.1. So we'll try it here. 5 foot, 11 inches, 180. Calculate. Okay, not quite. And we're getting totally different. Let me actually refresh, make sure I'm doing it correctly. 5 foot, 11 inches, 180. Calculate. Yeah, no, totally wrong. All right, so let's see what needs to change. Total inches equals feet times 12 plus inches. Yes, that makes sense. Total inches squared, right? Total inches squared. Weight divided by total times 703. Should be correct. Let's console.log some stuff. So say console.log total inches, and we'll console.log the weight and see what we're getting here. Refresh. Imperial. Whoops. 5 foot, 11, 180. Calculate. Ah, okay. This is where we're getting the text error. So it needs, yeah, it's just literally concatenating them instead of actually adding them. So we need to basically just make sure this is a number. These are both numbers. So we'll say number plus number, inches converted to a number. That should give us the correct BMI, I think. So we'll say 5 foot, 11, 180. Yes, 25.1. Yes, that is correct. Awesome. So yeah, it was just a matter of the types being incorrect there. So again, one of the good reasons, like with TypeScript, is it's good because it makes you think about these things. But that works. All right, cool. So then BMI will be, oh, we also want to do one thing. Limit JS, limit number after decimal. JavaScript, I think we want to do, yeah, to fixed. Yeah, to fixed. So we'll do 1 decimal place, I think. So we'll say dot to fixed. We'll go 1, so that way we don't get, yeah, there's 25.1. Awesome. So the calculator is working. So that was like the major sort of thing we had to do here. Now let's work on the styling. Let's just make it pretty and turn it into a real portfolio piece. I think for the sake of time, so this tutorial isn't super long, we should just focus on getting this initial style working, and then we can always expand a little bit later and add all these extra pieces. But if you do want to see other videos where I have gone and done through the whole landing page, I'll link it up here so you can check those out. So yeah, let's hop into the actual, just this top hero section and see if we can style this out, because there's actually some interesting stuff we're going to do here. All right, so looking at our page right now, it's pretty boring, pretty basic. I think what we're going to need is we need to make this like background situation here, this gradient. So I think, yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. So let's go and create like a hero component. If we're just building, or we don't need a hero. We can actually do this using just a singular box, I think. Let me do the hero. Let me start with the hero. Another interesting thing to note is that actually this is like an individual box, and then the calculator goes on top of it. I was thinking that maybe the calculator would go in the hero, but maybe it's going to go on top. So let me start by creating the hero component. So say hero.tsx, and then create that. We're going to use a box, and yeah, let's say that's box. Cool. And then we will go ahead and drop this in here. So we'll drop the box there. Awesome. Not the box, sorry. We'll drop the hero in there. There we go. Okay, perfect. So we have our hero. It's just sitting up there. For the gradient, we want to use, let's take a look at the color. Okay, so it's this is the color we're looking for. So I'm going to go into the hero. I'm going to say background. And let's look up background gradient. Let's look up how we should do this correctly. Okay, so we're going to do background image linear gradient. That makes sense. Okay, let's do it like that. So we'll say background image linear gradient. And then it'll be, I guess, from whatever color to whatever color. Okay, sounds good. Let's get hex converter, hex to RGBA. Let's do that. Because the hex for is this. So we want to convert it into, yes, RGBA, so we can use these colors instead. So we're going to say that's going to be the first color, and then the second color is going to be the 0. And that's going to be the background color there. Awesome. Taking a look. Okay, yeah, and it's already doing it. Perfect. So now we just need to set the background gradient. We just want to turn it. So I believe we just add, we just add a turn to it. 0.25 turn. We could set it in degrees. Let's try with the turn. So let's say 0.3 turn. Is it one? No, it's not. It's one word. All right, turn. And let's take a look. Okay, other direction, I guess 0.7 turn. Because we want it, light on that side and getting darker on this side. All right, so that looks pretty good. The next thing we're going to want to do is sort of build out the size of this box. So the box is going to be sort of most of the page in terms of the vertical space and like 2/3 of the page in terms of the horizontal space. So for that, I am going to just create some height and width. So we'll say the height is going to be like 80 view height, and then the width is going to be about 65 view width. And we'll start with that as our box. Okay, not too bad. Oh, the other thing I do need to fix is this like extra little margin on the top and the bottom there. Just because if we have that, we want it to be intentional, but right now it's just due to not having a reset style. So we'll say body and HTML, we'll say margin 0. We'll save that. Okay, cool, perfect, fixed. Then there is a little bit of margin on the left of this, it appears 1.5 rem. So we're gonna add some rem to some space, some margin to the left there. So we'll say margin left, 1.5 rem. So now we can choose to add the margin because it suits our design better. And then the final thing we wanna do here is curve these edges here. So it looks like the corner radius is mixed, what is that? Okay, 35 pixels. So we'll say border radius, top right, 35 pixels, and we'll just convert those. So that should just target the bottom left and right. Yeah, and it's hard to see here. I think we might even need to turn the turn a little bit more. Maybe we'll turn it to 0.8. Bring it around a little bit more. Yeah, and then we're just kind of getting the edge of that. So now we have our background for our hero. So we can start there. And then the next thing we're going to want to do is we are going to want to add in our text. So let's add in our typography elements. So we'll say typography. Import that from Material UI. Typography. Cool. And then we'll say body mass index calculator. And this is definitely going to be an H1, so we'll see variant H1. Cool. And then we have like a body text piece here. So we'll say we'll create another typography element and we'll drop that in there. It should just default to, yeah, a body style. So those two are good. The other thing we want to drop in is this image. I'm sure if they want us to add it, we have it somewhere here. Probably the logo. I'm going to guess it's the logo, but we'll find out. We'll go ahead and import image from next image. And we'll say source equals, let's copy the relative path. And we'll say alt equals logo. And then for this, we're going to say 64 by 64. Height is 64. Width is also 64. And take a look at that. See if it shows up. Yeah, okay, perfect. That's the right thing there. Awesome. So the last thing I'm going to want to do now is just sort of position everything correctly. So I'm going to add in, let's see, looks like 116 pixels of padding to the left and 75 to the top. So we'll say padding 75 top, to the right, not sure yet, to the bottom, appears like quite a bit, 200. To the right, we could probably say what, like another, let's say 300. And then to the left, it was 116. And again, we might have to adjust these numbers, but we can start off with that and see what it gives us. Okay, so that adds a lot to the actual image itself, which is fine. We just need to shrink the height and the width. So we can just say 60 and 45. Yeah, that'll bring it back to kind of where we want to be. And then I can probably make it a little bit shorter, in fact, probably 55. Oops. Okay. Yeah, and then we'll just space them out accordingly. So we can just say, for this box, we'll say display flex. Flex direction is going to be column. And then the way we'll justify our content is using space between, so we'll space out accordingly. Cool, and that looks pretty decent. I think actually we might want to wrap these two in a box, just so we have a little bit more control. Or maybe we don't want to do space. I think probably do want to do space between, wrap these two in a box, save that. And then maybe set the height of this box. Direction column, column, justify content, space between. And then I'll set the size of that box to be like 271. Cool, that looks pretty good. So we have those two there. Let's now move our calculator on top of it. So we're going to go back to our calculator, and basically we want to give it some style, some details here. So we have a drop shadow here. Let's take a look. Oops. Okay, so let's take a look at drop shadow, or it's box shadow. Property for box shadow. So basically what the details they're giving us here in the design is basically what we're going to use there. So we're going to say for the outer box, we're going to say background, we're going to say box shadow, and then we're going to say 16, 32, 56. So 16 pixels, 32 pixels, 56 pixels, and then the color is going to be this right here. But we want to add 25%. So I think I actually want to convert it to RGB BA converter. Go ahead and convert that. Yeah, I'm going to grab this and then set it to 0.25 so we can use the actual opacity. All right, so we have a bit of a box shadow going on here. Let's see what else we need to do here. Oh yeah, we need to set the border radius, the corner radius, I think. Did we do that? No, we didn't do that. So let's say border radius is gonna be 1 rem. Cool, we'll save that. And then now we need to position it. So we want the position to be absolute. So we'll say top 10. Cool, it puts it right up on top there. Really where we want it is probably about 100 from the top, maybe probably more than that, maybe 200-300 from the top. Maybe 200 from the top. And then from the left, we're gonna want it about 600. Oh, and I should give it a background color, because right now it's just picking up whatever is underneath it. Good, okay, awesome. Background color, left maybe 700. Cool, and then we can, I think we might need to adjust the hero text. Yeah, I think we need to adjust it a little bit so it breaks. Say width of this is gonna be 400 pixels. Okay, good. Yeah, body. Oh no, actually, body mass index calculator. You know, maybe I need to actually just break it here. I'll put in a break there so the words break on the right lines. Okay, good. That looks pretty decent. Yeah, so let's finish up with the calculator. So the calculator now, we want to add in some padding. It's about 2 rem all around. So let's say padding, 2 rem. Good. Enter your details below. That is going to be 29 pixels-ish. Probably smaller than that. 24 pixels, yeah. So we're going to say, for this one here, we're going to say, we did the font size. Then we're going to add some weight to it. Say font weight 600. Let's save that. And then we have our 2 buttons here, metric and imperial. They look pretty decent. I think what I want to do, justify content, space between. I wonder if I do text align left, if that will move it over to the left at all. No. Let's take a look. I don't know if space between is exactly what I want. I think more so I want it to be not center. Flex start. Kind of flex start, which is the default, but then I want this to take up. I want it to take up more space. So let's do that. Let's say flex. Let's leave it how it is, and then we'll say this one takes up flex of 0.5. Let's see if that worked. Okay, cool, that worked. Awesome. Next thing is, we want to add some margin, some padding, some margin to this box, this larger box. So we're going to say margin, margin top bottom is going to be 2 rem, left and right will be 0. Cool. And even some margin, margin left will be 0.5 rem, just to the labels there. Cool. Margin left, awesome. And then, yeah, for our height and our weight now, we want them on separate lines all the time. Oh, this is for imperial. For metric, we want it on the same line. All right, so for metric, it's fine. I think what we just need to do is figure it out with the button. So we'll say, how should we do this? Let's say style, max width 3 rem. That way too small. Let's say 5 rem. That looks good. We'll do max width for both of them. It's centimeters. Oh yeah, and the width doesn't have to, the weight doesn't have to change. Good. And then I'll say, first one, I'll say margin right, 1 rem. I'll probably put it in the right, yeah, probably. Nope, didn't put it in the wrong one. Oh, you know, it has to go on the box. Margin right, 1 rem. Cool. And we'll do the same thing for this box. Margin right, 1 rem. Good. And now for the button, I want to make it kind of cool. So let's say style equals, let's choose a background color. Let's grab this blue. We'll say background color, oops, color is about to be blue. The text color is going to be white. Save that. And then the border will be none. And then the border radius will be 1 rem. Cool. And then we'll say padding, padding 0. Let's say height, actually. Let's do height 1 rem. Okay, let's go height 2 rem. Good. And let's just align it with everything else. So we'll say align items to the center. I'll save that. Cool. Not bad. Not great, not bad. I think the other thing we could do maybe is give it like a bit of a hover state. So we'll say, oh no, actually it's gonna be a little bit difficult because we're using a regular button. So we'll just leave that alone. And then for your BMI, we should probably say yours instead of you. So we'll start with that. We'll say your BMI is, and let's create this little box here. So we'll go ahead and say, background color is going to be that same color. And then we'll say padding 2 rem. Good. We'll say margin top. It's also going to be 2 rem. I'm going to say that the colors for these two is white. Good. Cool. And then the size of this is going to be Excel heading 64. And the size of this one is going to be 16 but bold. So we'll say font weight, put to 600, put 600, and for this one too, we'll put font weight at 600. Okay, looks good. And then we just need to do our little border radius thing. We're gonna say border radius, and it's gonna be for the right. It's gonna be 16,999. 16,999, probably 1,000, but maybe past 1,000. Awesome, and that looks pretty good. So other than the error where it's saying not a number, I think if we put in 180 centimeters and 45 kilograms and I calculate it, we get our BMI of 13.9. So we're not going to give any opinion on whether or not it's good BMI or bad BMI. We're not doing that, but it seems to be working. So yeah, and if you want, we can also do it. Go ahead and do the imperial styling as well. Yeah, let's go ahead and drop that in there really quickly. We can say height, weight. Do the same thing, right? We want max width of 5 rem. height is feet. 5 rem. Inches, same thing. 5 rem. Weight doesn't change. Margin right though will change. We'll say margin right 1 rem. Oh, 1 rem? 1 rem, I think. Yep. And my margin right 1 rem. And then, yeah, we could also drop it down to the other line as well. Box height. It would be this outer box. Let's say flex direction column. How about that? And then align items would be flex start. So we say if selected value equals metric, metric, we say keep it as row, otherwise set it to column. And then same question here, we say center, otherwise we say flex start, I believe. Oops, flex start. Looks good. Make sure we didn't screw it up on the other end. Nope, that looks good. And then the calculate button, I think that'll be the last question there. We can actually, I think it would just be good to add a little bit of margin on top. Margin top 1 rem. And that way it'll look a little bit more normal in the other view as well. I think the last thing I want to do is actually set the width of the calculator to be fixed. So if we could do that, we'll just say width. We'll say, all right, so 25 rem. I think that's a good width. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So we've set our metric. We were able to calculate metric values, imperial values. We're able to calculate the BMI based on what we were given there. We've done sort of the intro to our body mass index calculator. As I said, you can always expand upon this and add in the rest of these pieces here, but you've seen me do this a ton of times before. If you do want to use this as your portfolio project though, I would recommend finishing it out entirely and making it a bit more of a robust site. Today we're going to be building this toggleable pricing component. If you're new here, hi, my name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor that loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in starting off a career in web development, check out our bootcamp that we have linked right at the top of the description. Alright, so here's the pricing component that we're looking to build. It's fairly straightforward. It just is a header, a toggle, and basically once we flip this switch, we want to change all the prices here from, a monthly pricing structure to an annual pricing structure. So things will change like the pricing, the amount of, actually the amount of storage stays the same. So really it's just the pricing that's going to change. So let's hop over and build this. I've already got the app up and running. What I used was my Material UI Next.js TypeScript starter, again, link down below. And the design we're using is this free design from Frontend Mentor, which I'll link down below as well, so you can actually download the assets, download the design, and work alongside on this project. So I've got the app up and running. I'm just going to clear out the default styles, which are set for dark mode, and we'll get started. So clear that out. Awesome. Let's take a closer look at the design. All right, so it looks like we have this sort of pinkish color. I think it's this page color up here. So I'm going to go ahead and set the background color of the entire web app to this. So background color is going to be that. Cool, so we'll start with that as our background color. Next thing we want to do, let's see, we have these sort of squiggly lines, but I think I really want to focus on actually getting the functionality working, and then we can worry about the sort of flourishes later. So first things first, we have our header up here. So let's go ahead and drop in a header onto our page. I think I can probably build all of this all on one page, but we'll see. So it says our pricing. So we're gonna set that there and save. Awesome, looking pretty good. The other thing I'm gonna wanna do is, I think I'm gonna drop in a container. I'm gonna actually change this to container, sorry. I'm gonna change it to a container instead of a box. So we'll say import container from material UI. Cool. And then we'll say max width is probably going to be large, and that's going to give us that padding on the side, that margin on the side already. Cool, looks pretty good. Next thing we're going to do, I'm going to change this into a flex box and set the direction of the flex box to be column, so everything just falls straight down in place. And the final thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to say I want to align items to the center, so I just center everything horizontally on the page. Perfect, looks pretty good. I think we can add probably some margin to the top and the bottom here. So we can say margin top bottom was like 71 pixels. You don't have to be exact, but we can just add a little bit of margin top and bottom there. Or did it add it? No, yeah, it should have added margin. Let's just add margin top for okay, interesting. Okay, so we'll go with that. So we have our pricing. I think it's actually even a little bit too big. I think that probably should be just 2 rem. So we'll save that. And then we'll now want to add a switch. So we'll say, or not a switch, let's say, we could use, let's see if we want to use, I think they have a toggle. I think they call it a switch though. Yeah, they call it a switch. All right, so we could use the MUI switch and go from there, because that'll give us the design we want pretty quickly. So let's try that, and if it doesn't work, we can always replace it. So we'll grab the switch here, drop it in there, and then actually we need the label as well. So we'll say that's switch default checked. Awesome. Cannot read properties undefined reading call. Okay. And so on one side, actually we might not need the label, yeah, because it's a little bit different. We want oh, here we go. Off and on. That's a good example. How did they do that? Okay, so they just did a typography on each side. So let's just do that. Let's just do a switch, default checked, and then we'll have typography on the left and the right. So we'll say typography. And it was annual and monthly, monthly and annual, annually and monthly, annually, and then it's going to be monthly. I'm just going to wrap this in a box, and I'm going to set it to be a flex box so everything displays horizontally. I'll save that. Awesome, looks pretty good. I'm just going to align it so everything's nice and centered. Save that. Decent. Looks pretty good. All right, so then I need to know a little bit more about the switch component. Like, how does it work? So checked. Okay, so basically checked is whether or not it's checked. Got you. Okay, so we can use that to basically swap over whether or not it's checked. So we'll say const. Const, I don't want checked though. I wanted like, it should be annually or monthly. Const, I guess the default is to show monthly pricing, and then we'll say const show annual pricing, or const flip pricing. const, because I want it to be straightforward, so there's no confusion if I come back and like refactor this code later. So say const pricing type, and we'll set pricing type. We'll use state, and we'll say the default is going to be monthly, and then we can change it. Okay, and we need to turn this into a client component before it complains. Before we see it complain, probably already complaining. Cool, and get rid of this. All right, so pricing type. So basically, default checked. So it's always going to be start checked, and then we're going to have the pricing type. So we'll say checked equals pricing type equals monthly. Oops. And then on click, we'll go ahead and set pricing type to the opposite of pricing type. Oh shoot, that's gonna be a problem, because it should be yeah, it's not a boolean. On click could do a bit of an if else. So it on click if pricing type equals annually, set pricing type to monthly, else set pricing type to annually. So we could do that. Awesome, cool, working. So we got the pricing, the switch set. Now we want to be able to do things because of this switch. So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to start creating these cards. I'm going to create like a base card, and then we'll sort of expand upon that base card. So we'll say I'm going to create a new folder, components, and we'll say new file, base card, tsx, save that. Okay, so yeah, we have our base card. Basically what I want to do with this is go ahead and like create a reusable card that we can use for each of these. So there's pretty similar styles. The only difference is this one is a little bit bigger and a different background color. So I think what we're going to do here is just style one and then pass in the props. So it looks like it's 31 pixels. So let's say 2 rem for padding. So we'll say padding 2 rem. It has some sort of typography element there, so let's say typography. And that is going to be, let's see, let's define our props that we're going to take in. So it's going to be potentially SX props. Definitely is going to be plan or label title. Let's call it title. What else do we need? We need the price. Actually, that's going to be actually no. We can do a number. We need the details, like the features. That's what we're going to call it, features. And features is going to be a string array. And the learn more button is going to be the same. If we were building it out, we'd probably have a link for each of them. But because we don't have any more details other than what's right here, we'll just use what we've got. So yeah, let's go with that. And let's title is going to go there. Let's say the, oh yeah, we need to pass these in. That would help. We'll say SX title price features props. We'll say title, And that's going to be 18. So we'll say font size 1.25 rem. 1.125 rem. Font weight, probably a 600. Then we have our actual price, which is going to be, oops, another typography element. We're going to say font size 72 pixels. And then font weight is going to be, let's try 600 as well, but it might be thicker than that. Let's try 800 actually. And then I'm gonna put the $sign in just so we don't have to worry about that, and then just put the price in after that. And then we'll have our features. So then for the features now, I want to go ahead and I want to take features. I want to map over each feature, and I want to go ahead and return a typography element with the feature. The key will be the feature, and there will also be a horizontal rule. I think we did something particular for the last one, so that might be a thing to do as well. So I'll say we'll just put an HR for now. And so we have the base card. Let's go ahead and actually drop this into our homepage. So I want to just quickly define the data that we need here. So we'll say const data equals, and again, you could do this in a separate file. You could do this from an API. You could do this a dozen different ways. So it's kind of whatever makes the most sense for you. So we'll say title is basic. Price is $19.99. Features are this, and this. Oops. And then there are no additional SX props. I'm just gonna copy and paste that. We will add some SX props to the second one, but for now we can just update the pieces of information here. 24 and 39 terabyte, 5 and 10 terabyte, 5 and 10, and then 2 terabytes, 10 and 20. So 2 terabytes, 10 and 20. All right, cool. And we have our data. So then underneath our toggle, our switch, we're gonna just map through these. So we'll say we're gonna say data.map for each plan. I think they're plans, and then we'll say we'll return our base card. I think we can do props. No. Oh, key. Equals plan dot title plan. No. I think that works. Yes, that does work. Awesome. All right, perfect. So we have our base cards all sort of set up. Now what I want to do is I'm going to wrap them in a box just so I can set them up a little bit better. I'll say display flex. Perfect. And we should actually give them some like background color and stuff. So we'll say for the first, actually we'll say the default background color is white. So we'll say background color is white. Save that. Border radius as well, which you didn't even talk about, is it's 10 on the left and the right. Border radius is 10 pixels. Cool. And then that looks pretty decent. All right, so that's that. Let's go ahead and center these now. So let's go ahead and center the text. We'll say, I wonder if we could just do text align center, if that would work. Ah, perfect. So we centered everything on the page. Looks good. One thing we forgot to do, or I forgot to do, is add in the button. So I'm going to go ahead and just create a regular little button. And it's going to say learn more. Let's say text transform. Oh, I'm using the wrong prompt. Text transform, uppercase, transform. Learn more. We'll say, background color is going to be, we're going to default to this purple situation. So we'll say, what is it? Linear gradient, this to that. No, that's not it. Maybe background. Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. And then we'll say border, none, none. And then, oh yeah, the color of the text. Color's gotta be white so we can read it. And so add some font weight, so we'll add about 600. And then we'll add in some padding. So we'll say width 100%, so it should take up all the space. And vertical padding, add in, what, like almost 1 rem. Cool. Looks pretty good. The last thing I want to do here, I always say last thing, it's not for the last thing, but we'll add in a border radius of 6 pixels. Cool. What else do we need to do? Seems pretty good. Might actually be the last thing for that. Next we want to work on the spacing. I think also some of the colors might be a little bit off, so let's add in the colors for, what is that, the price. We'll say color is this. And I'm guessing that's going to be the same for that, yeah. Oh no, different color. We'll say color is this. Okay. Good. And then the horizontal rule. Oh gosh, what was it? It was like border. Yeah, so horizontal rule is going to be this color. I think there's something I need to do here to get rid of that default. No. Okay, we'll just leave that alone for now. I'm going to drop in one more horizontal rule on top of all of this. And then I'm going to add in, what shall I add in here? So add in some margin from the top of that button. So we'll say margin top 2 rem. And margin bottom here should be 2 rem. Good. Awesome. Looks pretty decent. Pretty solid. One thing I did forget that we're gonna have to do is the toggling of the actual prices, but we'll get to that in just 1 second. The next thing I want to do, I should say, is actually work on the styles and the colors, because this center one is going to be completely different based on whatever our design. Well, based on this design. So I'm gonna say for this one here, let's say. I think I'm just going to pass in a prop. I'm going to say reverse colors true. And that's going to be what I pass in. It's going to take in a reverse colors boolean. I get rid of the SX prop. And then if reverse colors is true, then I want to change up all the colors and all the styles and everything. So we're going to just call this in a few places. So if reverse colors is true, we want to do a linear gradient background with these 2 colors. This one. And this one. Otherwise, we want a white background. And then for the typography, if it's true, we actually want it to be white. Otherwise, we want it to be that color. Good. All right, good. Looking pretty good. Gonna do the same thing there, and the same thing for the text. Yeah, because these are actually supposed to be what color? That first color, so we can actually borrow this line. Cool. And what else? Cool. Pretty good. And then the last one is going to be this background color. So we'll say reverse colors or this linear gradient. And JK, not the last one. This is the last one. The color is going to be that purple color. All right, so we're going to say, yeah, this. Cool. Pretty good. Oh, and you know what? It needs to be optional. It cannot be mandatory. All right, cool. So pretty good. I think the only thing that I need to do now is if it is reverse colors, or maybe I should have called it larger card, but whatever it is, I need to make it a little bit bigger. So if reverse colors is true, we need the height to be 110%. I wonder if that's gonna... Say 501 pixels. Oh, and they all change. All right, so 501 pixels, if not 453. Good. And then I think for the cards now, we need to align them in the center. Good. And then if it is reverse, we need to set the width, whoops, width to be a little bit wider. So it's going to be 350. Yeah, reverse colors in hindsight is not probably the best name, but we can always change the name. Oh, and they're actually the same width. Oh, okay. So I get rid of the width. We'll leave that alone. Okay, cool. So then I guess actually for the border radius then, if reverse colors is true, we want the border radius to be that. But if it's not true, we want it to be, let's see, this top. Oh no, but that's actually going to make it a little bit too much. We'll just leave that as how it is with that. Last thing I want to do, add a little bit of spacing up here. Let's say margin top 3rem. Cool. And then we want to actually just trigger whatever happens when the price changes. So it looks like for the price, we just like 10x it. So if the pricing, let's see, how should we do this? If the pricing is monthly, oh, you know what we should do? We should just set pricing type. Pricing type equals pricing type. And so we'll pass that down, all right? And we'll accept it. We'll say pricing type is a string. Pricing type is a string. And then we'll say pricing type equals monthly. Or we return the price. If not, we return the price times 10. And so then when we swap, yes, it does work, but hold on, let's make it a little bit shorter. Price to fixed times 10. Must be of type any number. Price is a number. It shouldn't be about pricing type, right? Surely that, yeah, that can't fix the issue. Const annual price times 10. I wonder if it'll do to fixed. Okay, cool. So then all right, and there we go. So we have our basic component structure. I think the only other thing I would do is really fix the width on these guys. So I'll say, what if it's, yeah, I'll set the fixed width. So I'll say width 350 pixels. So that way, actually that's a little bit too wide. Let's say 300 pixels. But that way when they swap, it doesn't matter. So yeah, we've created a toggle. We've used state to determine which version is going to be shown. We've dynamically loaded up our data. We have our learn more. We have our features and our prices and everything like that. So this is a really quick project that you can add to your portfolio. If you're making like a bigger sort of website, you can definitely build something like this pretty quickly and throw it in there. Today, we're going to be building this add to cart component up here. If you're new here, hi, my name is Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor that loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in learning how to code or potentially becoming a front-end engineer, check out that first link in the description below. All right, so yeah, today we're just going to be building this really pretty straightforward add to cart component. So it's just going to be our single, eau de parfum pardon my French, component here, and then I want to use either Zustand or Redux to actually hook it up and have like an add to cart experience. So we're going to just go ahead and hook that up and really just focus on the logic for this one. So first things first, I've already gone ahead and pulled up the starter. If you've been following the series, you know that everything's going to be linked down in the description below. And yeah, I have done a little bit of modification to the design to add in this cart component, but the original design is available on Frontend Mentor, so you can check that out there for free. So first things first, and I've also gone ahead and installed Zustand, just because we're going to be using it in order to deal with our state. If I decide we're going to use Redux, we could do that as well, but hopefully we can get it done with just Zustand, as it is a smaller sort of project. All right, so yeah, first things first, I'm just going to go ahead and clean up the styles and give it a background color and do like some really just basic stylings, and because as I said, I do want to just focus on the logic for this one. So background color is going to be this. Cool. And then, yeah, let's work within our home component. So I'm actually going to change this into a container. And with a max width of, let's say, XL. And what else we're going to do here? I think that's pretty much that. What we'll do here, so we'll have two elements. We'll just have this main piece here, and then we'll have the cart in the top right. So I think what I'll do is I'll drop in the cart. Let's make it a separate components. New folder, components. Then we'll create a new file, say cart. Save that. And we'll drop that in up here. And then the other component is going to be product. Save that and drop that in here. Cool. Looks good. Awesome. They're showing up. So far, so good. And actually, I think this cream, it looks like it's the background color. So let me grab that instead for our background color here, because that looked a little bit too white. Yeah, that's better. All right, cool. So yeah, just as far as styling goes, we're just gonna have, as I said, this fairly straightforward product component here. So it'll be a box with a corner radius of mixed. What is the border radius of? All right, we can infer some things here. So I'll start with the product. Just gonna use a box, and then I've already gone ahead and imported the images, so I'll have access to those there. But for the box, we're gonna say, how big is the box? Maybe. And then we'll give it a background color. Oops. Maybe we should do background image is source. Oops. We'll do copy relative path. Maybe URL. Okay, there we go. And then I'm going to look up let's say background size. Yeah. Background size. Contain. Try that. Cool. Looks pretty good. And then we'll say background color white. Awesome. So that's pretty much what we want right there. I think that's where we're using pure white. Yeah, so it's white. Yeah, that's pretty much what we want right there. And then I think we'll add the border radius. Just 1 rem, approximately. Cool, and that looks pretty decent. We're just gonna throw in now our titles and stuff like that. So we'll say perfume. Uppercase. It's gonna complain. Actually, I can just turn this into a client component because we're gonna use state in a little bit, so the imports aren't as important. So we'll say perfume. It's gonna be this color. Good. And then we'll have the main title here. And then we'll have the description. And then we'll have the price. Oops. Price, and then the strike through price. And again, this is not essential for the actual functionality, it's just part of the design. And it is a font, or is it text? Emphasis, I think you can do strike, no, text, style, emphasis style, no, font, style, no, look it up, strike through. Oh, okay, I can just use the S tag there. Perfect. Cool. And then we have our add to cart button. And that'll be the last thing. So we'll say button. I think I'm just gonna style it regularly. Regular button. Add to cart. And then, yeah, there's a little cart icon there, which we do have, so I'll add that in there. Image. We'll say alt equals cart icon, height will be, yeah, 16 by 16, width 16, save that. What else? The background color is going to be this deep aquamarine. Background color is going to be this, and then the actual color of the text is going to be, I believe, white. Yeah, that pure white. This is going to be that deep aquamarine, so we'll borrow that. Oops. Save that. And this is going to be the same color as the perfume. Really what I'm doing, I just want to set everything up so that we can focus on the logic in a minute. This is going to be gunmetal, okay. Cool. And yeah, that looks, yeah, pretty decent. Sounds good. I'm wondering now if the image should rather than be a background image, be a separate image, like a separate section. So we have 2 sections because it might look a little bit better. So if I do an image from next image, source equals this, alt equals product image, height is, but then I need to set the exact height. It's not bad. I don't think it. Maybe not the best way to do it. You can just say margin left is perfect. That worked well. We'll just set the margin off so it doesn't interfere, so we can get rid of this. Awesome. So that looks pretty good. I think the only thing that needs to change is some of the size of the text. So this is going to be 32 pixels. We'll say font size is 2 rem. Awesome. This should be same thing. Font size 2 rem. Good. Okay. And then we'll say right. Good. No, not for the box, sorry, for the typography element. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then for this larger box, we want to say display flex direction column, and then justify content space between. I put it in the right box. I think I put it on the right box. Yeah, I should have put it on the right box. Let's take a quick peek. Okay, just need to set the height. All right, so we'll set the height of the box as well. Save that. And then we'll just add a little bit of margin or padding. We'll say margin. And then no, yeah, it's padding I wanted. I wonder if I put the padding here. Yeah, that's more what I'm looking for. Okay, awesome. And we'll just bump this up to 22. Perfect. All right, so that looks pretty good, pretty close to what we're looking for right now. The next piece we need is that cart piece. So let's go ahead and style that out. So this is going to be a box, and it's also going to use state. So I'm just going to skip through that. And what this is going to do is just display oops, use client. Oops. Yeah, what this cart is going to do is just display the information that gets passed to it. So I just want to kind of copy a little bit of the style here. So we'll say, let's see, background color. Save that, and we'll have a little typography element at the top. And it's going to be cart. And the color is going to be this because it kind of follows that perfume style. And then width and height, I don't know, like width, height, cool, looks pretty good. Border radius 1 rem, position absolute, right 0, what if that'll work? Yeah, awesome. Alright, so say right minus 100. No, sorry, right 100. Maybe right 50. And top, maybe 20, oops, 20. Cool, so I'm pretty content with where that is. Let me just center the other piece. So we'll say, center, okay, looks about right. I think we just need to make the cart maybe a touch smaller. Maybe 15. Or maybe actually the card is a little bit too big as well. Yeah, I think that's better. A little bit smaller card. Because I think the cart is actually going to have a good bit of information. Or just like the text might be a little wide. All right, so yeah, this is the general gist of what we're going for as far as the design goes. Let's go ahead and now start to implement our state, because that's kind of what we that's kind of the point of this whole thing. So, sorry, just touching up the style here. All right, cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and implement the state. So what I'm actually going to do is I think I'm going to grab all of this information, or really just the information I need, and I'm going to put it in some sort of object. So let's go ahead and create some other folders. I'm going to create a data folder, and I'm going to create a store folder. So in the data folder, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to say index.ts. And I'm just going to say const product equals title. And I'm basically just creating an object with all of this information that I have for my product already, right? So I have the title. That's the title of the product. I have the category, which is going to be perfume. I have the description, which is going to be this. And then we have the, we'll have two prices. We'll say current price will be this, and sale price will be this. sale price, and image is the last bit we need. Let's say image. Image path. Cool. So that is the product that we're working with, right? If you had more, you can make it an array and just map through them. But I'm just going to have this as sort of the baseline. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and import product. Oh, and I should probably export product as well. Export const product. Import product from data. And then I'm going to use that information here instead. So I'm going to say product.category, product.title, product.description, product.current price. Oh, sorry. I think I did these backwards. This is the sale price, and this is original price, really. Not current price, original price. Or maybe I should actually, I wasn't really thinking that through. Let's do current price and original price. So we'll say current price, and then we'll do product dot original price. And that looks good. And then the only thing here, I'm not going to put the image here because we have it as a background image. But we could. It really doesn't matter. Let's do it. We can do. It shouldn't affect it. We should do product dot image path. So if I've done it correctly, when I refresh, nothing should change. Yeah, so it's working just as we expect. So we're now using the data as opposed to hard-coded data, which is good if you want to do this with multiple products, but it's also going to help us as we pass our data around for the actual setting the state and things like that. So we've got that set up. I think I'll probably need to make a type, but we can worry about that in just a moment. The next thing that I'm going to want to do now, I need some way to bring my data from the product when I hit that add to cart button. So some on-click thing is triggered, and then it sends it to the store, and then I get it and I can pull it into my cart. So this is where we're going to bring in Zustand. So Zustand it's a state management solution. It's kind of like Redux if you haven't used it before, and it basically allows you to have a global state as opposed to trying to like pass props around. And as I said, I want to kind of focus on this so we can use this logic in later projects and build more and more advanced projects as we go. So first things first, we're going to create a store. So we're just going to borrow this sort of setup, and I'm going to drop it in my store file. Also, I think there's a TypeScript version. Yeah, there's a TypeScript guide. So I might actually borrow this one instead, because it just types everything for us easily. So instead of, they use bears as their like example, we're just going to change it to product. So product state, and then product store. And then we'll say product is going to be, then this is where I think I'll need the type. So I'm going to say, can I do type of product? Type of product. And then instead, we'll say add to cart. And for the add to cart, we're going to take, the product, which is type of product, and then we're going to add it to, why did I import it twice? Oh, it might not like that. Okay, we're gonna say item, which is type of product, and then product initially is nothing, and then we'll say add to cart, and we'll say product, state dot product, should probably be an array, plus item, state dot product equals item. We'll say product is, oh, it's missing the following. Got you. Okay, yeah, so let me initialize that. So product's going to be empty. This is just to give it an initial value. Add to cart item, set state product. Oh, should we maybe just state that product? Yeah, sorry, we didn't need that equals. All right, so now it should just take the product and just set it to the item. Yes, it should just set it to the item, I believe. Let's try this. All right, so if we go back to our documentation, we can check out just the original guide here, and then we can see how to use it. So we can say, if we're going to use the store, we'll go grab it in our cart. We'll say use store. We'll import from Zustand, I would assume. But let me double check. Yeah, so it's use export const, use product store, yeah, okay, and it's going to be state.product. We'll say const product. Cool. And then if we console.log product, we should see our like basic object if we've done it correctly. Awesome, perfect. So that part works. The next thing we want to do now is dispatch it. So if we go back to our documentation, we want to do the same thing. We want to call onClick increase or whatever. Like this, in this case, it's increase population, but in our case, we want to do add to cart. So we'll bring this out here. We'll say add to cart and use product store. Product store. Import that. Awesome. And then on click, we're going to say add to cart. We need to pass in something. We need to pass in the product. And so if that's done correctly, when we click the add to cart button, it should add it to the product store, and then we should be able to fetch it or grab it with our from our products. Let's try that, and let's take a look at the console and see what happens. So if I hit add to cart, awesome, it's in there. So yeah, Zustand really just kind of simplifies a lot of this stuff. So let's finish hooking this up, and we'll have a completed project for the day. All right, so in our element here, in our component here, I'm going to use an image component from next image. We'll say source is going to be equal to product dot image path. The alt is going to be product image, and I don't know, 50 by 50 or something. Height equals 50, width equals also 50. We'll save that. And then so we have the image, and then we'll have our title. So we'll say typography is going to be product.title. Oops, title. And then we'll have our typography product dot price, current price. So we'll have those two there. The other thing I want to do is if there is nothing there, like if product dot current price equals 0, then I want to show like basically just like a box, like you have add your item to cart, or click add to cart, just so that, you know, basically there's a prompt, so we know like, oh yeah, we've gotten our stuff, or we haven't gotten it. So that's what I'm thinking. Let's see if it makes sense. Equals 0. Product.current price equals 0. Hold on, let me refresh. Click add to cart. All right, cool. Otherwise, let me add to cart. Then we get everything there. Awesome. That looks good. We'll say display flex. We'll say justify content space between align items center. And then we'll say, margin left, left 1 rem. Concat, how would we use that? Wonder if that works. No. We'll just do the product title. I think we can probably make it a little bit smaller. Say 0.75 rem for both of them. Save that. And do a quick refresh. Click add to cart. Awesome. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. So we hooked up Zustand. We were able to transfer the information from our data.json file over from our product, or over from our original source into our cart. So having this kind of knowledge is going to be really useful once we move on to bigger projects. So yeah, hopefully this video is helpful. Today we're going to be building this recipe page using an API. If you're new here, hi, my name is Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor that loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in learning how to code or starting a career in front-end engineering, check out that first link in the description below for more information about our bootcamp. But without further ado, let's hop into day 15. So yeah, we're going to be building out this recipe page, and I want to show you how to do it using Next.js's API capability, the routing capability, so that you can actually build out projects like this or pages like this if you don't necessarily have an API to fetch from. So you can build things and show, you know, potential employers how you can fetch from an API without needing to sort of host an API separately, because again, we're trying to focus on the front end side of things. So the page is pretty simple. We're not going to do anything crazy with the design. It's really more to showcase the ability to create this API. So yeah, but this is the design, pretty straightforward. It's going to be available on Front End Mentor again as well if you want to access it there. So I'm going to start with the code. I've gone ahead and brought in the images, or the individual image from the starter kit from Frontend Mentor, and then I've also gone ahead and created a data file, which is going to be our like data.json sort of thing that we're going to be using to mock our data from the API. So that's all there. And yeah, this was all just from information that I got from the initial starter information that they gave us. So we have our app up and running here. I'm going to go ahead and start with some basic styles. So let's grab this background color and go ahead and set that. And we'll just set that to be, whoops, body and our HTML color. Oops, background color. Okay, and we'll clear out these, save that, and yeah, we have our main page here. So on this main page, we want to have this recipe section, and basically, I think we can do pretty much all of it in the main page. Yeah, it's going to be quick, so let's just do it in one component, and then you can see kind of the pros and cons of doing that. So we have our outside box there. Then I'm going to create an inner box, and that's going to be where our recipe lives. So we'll say box, and this is going to have the background color of white. Whoops, color of white. And I'm going to set this to be a flex box. We'll say justify content center and align items to the center. And then for this, I'm just going to add some margin top, just a little bit of space there, and we'll say like 5 rem, just so we have a little bit of padding there. Speaking of padding, let's add in some padding for the elements inside. Zoom in a little bit there. All right, 40 pixels. So we'll say padding, 40 pixels. And yeah, looks pretty good. So now we want to go ahead and create this API. And again, it's just a box right now. There's nothing there. We want to go ahead and create this API route and use that for our data. So if you go over to the Next.js website, we're using the app router. You can also do this in the pages router. It's just a little bit different, but the app router is sort of like the latest and greatest. And there's a special sort of way that they do their files where basically you can create like a folder called API and create a route file, and using that route file, you can actually basically showcase your data. So I'm gonna follow this structure, this really simple route structure. But yeah, this is all available on the Next.js website if you want to sort of read into the documentation. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm just going to be called API. This is within my app folder, which is important. Then I'm going to create a new file called route.ts. Again, important that we use this name. Then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this and we'll go over what it's going to do. So it's going to export a get function, and it's going to return a response, and that response to JSON. So in this case, it's just saying a message, hello world, and that's the response. In our case, what we're actually going to do is we're going to import data from our data file that we created earlier, and I'm going to just put data here. So basically what I want to do is when I go to the /API route, I want to get the data from that response. Now, the way to test to make sure this is working is we actually need to perform a fetch request. So on the home page, I should say, I'm going to turn it into a client component to start with. So I'm going to say use client. And then I'm going to say in a use effect, I want to go ahead and fetch at /API. That's it. Because it's automatically going to grab us that route. And when I fetch at /API, I'm going to say then response and response to JSON. And then honestly, I don't know if we can do this. This is just convention, but then we'll say data. And then we're going to do something with that data. Let's just start by console logging it to see if we're getting what we are expecting to get, right? So we've created the route at API, at like app/API route.ts, right? And it's taken our data that we've created, our whole image, all of that information, and it's taking it and it's turning it into JSON, JSONifying it, and it's returning it as our response. We're then using a use effect on our main page, our main home page, and you can do this on any page. We could have created a component and put it separately. We are using a use effect. We're going to fetch at that route/API, and then we're going to take that response, and then again, JSONify. We probably don't need to actually do that step. And then we're going to, right now, just console log the data to make sure we've done things correctly. So if we've done it correctly, when we go back to our page and we inspect the page and we go to the console and we refresh just to make sure that all is good, we're seeing exactly what we expect to see. And we're seeing this is all the information from our data.json. So the route itself is set up and it's good and it's working. So now let's go ahead and just use this and set up our styles a little bit and finish on that piece of the project. So if you take a look, we don't need to go to the route to see it because we have the data, but if it was a regular API, you would probably have to go and either read the documentation on the API or, figure out the structure of the data. But since we have it here, we can just refer to this file. So we have our image, our title, description, prep time, etc., etc., etc. So just basically following along with the style of the design, we're just going to implement all of these pieces like you would with any sort of normal project. So first thing, we'll drop in the image. So we'll say image. Next image, the source. Oh, and also very important, we need to do something with the data, not just console log it. So let's say, we'll say const recipe. Oops, recipe. We'll say set recipe. Recipe. And we'll say use state. And we'll say recipe is just an empty any object with untyped at the moment. And then instead of console.logging the data, we want to set recipe to be data. And so that's how we're going to grab our data. And so then now for our source, we'll say recipe dot oh, and you know what? Because I haven't put in. All right, I should just. I'm going to put in sort of a starting type here, just so that we don't need to. It'll give us that like automatic completion, which is quite nice. And we're also get a few less errors going down the road. So I'm just initializing an initial. I'm initializing an initial state. Good. And we'll get rid of that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Okay, we'll see recipe.image. And then it gives us the completion because we know that it works, that it exists. Alt is going to be food image. And then the size, let's do 300 height by 600 width. Width is going to be 600, and that'll be that image. All right, cool. So far, so good. And what's it complaining about? Okay, awesome, cool. We got our image there. Nice. I'll add a little bit of that border radius style to it. We'll say border radius 1 rem. And I didn't even add it to that other piece, so we can add it there as well. That's to that outer box that we have. We'll say border radius 1 rem. Perfect, looking good. So that's good. The next thing we need to do is have our title, and we're just gonna plug and play and put these in place. So let's say typography. We'll say recipe dot title. And you see, as we've initialized a state that we've given an initial state, it's now giving us our completion, which is nice. Recipe.title, recipe.description. What else do we need? The preparation time. So this is actually going to be kind of its own little box. So we'll say recipe dot. We'll add in another typography element first off. We'll say preparation time. And that'll be recipe dot total prep time. Recipe dot prep time. And recipe dot cooking time. And I remember these because I just made the object. Then we'll have another section that is ingredients. Ingredients. And we'll say recipe. Oh yeah, and so then now what we want to do is we want to map. So we're gonna take our recipe dot ingredients. And for each ingredient, we want to go through and return a typography element with that ingredient. And recipe.map, not recipe, recipe.ingredients. Ingredients. That's what we want to do. And the key will be the ingredient. Cool. So for that, that's how we'll get our ingredients. And then we'll need to do the same thing with our instructions. Actually, looks the style is pretty similar. So let me do a little bit of styling here. So this is going to be brown. And it's going to be 28 pixels. And maybe font weight of, let's say, 600. Cool. And yeah, it looks pretty good. All right, so we'll copy this because we're going to do something pretty similar, except it's going to be, what is it, instructions? Yeah, instructions. We're going to change this to instruction. I mean, semantically, we don't have to change this word ingredient, but I'm going to change it because otherwise I'm going to be confused later. But like, it would do the same thing if it was any word. So we'll have those instructions there. And then nutrition. I'm going to copy a piece of it. I do want the title. But then I know this is not something that was part of the API. That's like just part of the web page. So we're gonna drop that in there. And then this will be the last piece here. So then we have to show, we want to map through, what do we want to map through? Or we could just say typography. We could go ahead and create another element. Say recipe dot nutrition dot calories. Yeah, let's go ahead and create a really quick element. So I'm just going to create another folder components. I could have done it in the same file as well. I'm going to say nutrition. Nutrition, yeah, just nutrition. And it's just going to be an individual line. So we'll import the box, material UI. And again, this is all for design. This is like we've finished the API piece, so we're good on that sense. But what this is going to do is going to return a typography element, maybe 2. And it's going to take in props. It's going to take in the what is it? Category, I guess, of nutrition. Category. Oops, string. And then it'll be the value. That's not a great name, but string as well. We'll take in category and value, and we'll use props. And we're just going to go ahead and display the category. So, whoops, category. And the category. And then it's going to go ahead and display the value. The values are bolded in that brown color. Cool. And then there's going to be a horizontal rule on the bottom of each. And that's probably going to be some like margin potentially. Yeah, I won't go with that. So then we're gonna just map through. So this is nutrition. Within this, we're gonna say recipe. Whoops, recipe dot. I feel like I should have updated the data. So maybe because we created the data, we can sort of modify it. But what is the best way to do this? I think I'm overcomplicating this. I think what I'll do, I'll just say nutrition, and I'll say category equals calories, and then the value equals recipe dot nutrition dot calories, and that's what we're gonna do. I'll just type in that manually. Because otherwise I think it was going to get very complicated, unnecessarily complicated. Carbs, protein, fat. Cool, and that should be that. Let's see how it's looking so far. All right, not too bad, not too bad. I think what I want to do is probably set a max width to the page, just so it doesn't get too wide. So we'll say max width, 50 view width. Okay, and it's causing it to wrap. And then, yeah, we can touch it up a little bit more. Just work on the designs a little bit. Let's say, font size. You know, just update a couple of these little pieces. I can do this background color. Like, there's so much you can do with the styling here. Like, you can do it to the fullest. I think we'll do a little bit of it, but I don't want to have you guys spend time here watching something we've done a million times. But again, if you're new, then maybe this would be the first time. Font weight. Oh yeah, we should say Okay. Not bad. Oops. Do one RAM for that. And we'll kind of copy this style for the next boxes. I think we could have just like created like a singular style just to save ourselves some time, but didn't do that. All right, cool. And we're not gonna like go over and spend a whole bunch of time doing this, but in terms of what we did today, right? We created an API route using Next.js's app router. So you can do this and you can basically serve up any data you want if you need to basically show an employer or potential employer that you actually know how to fetch from an API. We fetch from it in our main component here in our app, and then we use that data to populate our recipe page. Today, we're going to be building this social media dashboard. If you're new here, hi, my name is Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor who loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in learning how to code, check out that first link in the description below. But without further ado, let's hop into today's challenge. All right, so yeah, we're gonna be building this social media dashboard out. Basically, we're gonna have stats for Twitter, Facebook, etc., and then we're gonna actually build it out that we're able to switch the from dark mode to light mode. We're gonna switch the theme basically based on what mode the user wants to put it in. So pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and get started. Now, I got this. This challenge, this design, I should say, from Frontend Mentor. So you can check out the link in the description below. I'll have that link down there. And then if you want to use the starter code that I have that also linked on my GitHub and also down in the description below. So first things first, I started up the app using my starter code, but I also went in and created a couple of JSON blobs, a couple of variables that have just the information that I'm going to need for the statistics here. So rather than trying to sort of put it in on the fly or put it in dynamically, we're going to just use the data that I've put here. So I've just gone ahead and thrown them into a couple of variables. So that's what I'm going to be referencing throughout this tutorial. The images, mostly just the icons and things like that, from the same starter from Frontend Mentor. So if you do use their starter, you can access those icons and images as well. All right, so first things first, we're going to clean up the styles a little bit. Let's take a look at the colors that we have going on here. So it looks like there's like a little, what is this? Some sort of section here that they want us to use as the background color. So I guess we'll have two background colors. We'll have this like larger background color and then a secondary background color. Okay, so it looks like this is the background color, so we'll set that. Although actually, before I go and set it here, let me think about this for a second. I'm going to clear these two out and then I'll think about how I want to set up the backgrounds, etc. I think because I'm going to want to change it, I'm going to want to set it here in order for it to be easily modifiable. So I'm going to say body HTML, HTML margin 0. Padding 0. Oh, interesting. I wonder why that is happening. Okay, I think it's because the HTML background isn't set. Got you. Okay, so I think what instead I'll do then, I'll actually set HTML dot light background color is going to be this. And HTML background color. Actually, background color is going to be this. Oh, interesting. It's not changing at all. Oh, you know what? I'm putting it in the wrong file. That's why. All right. There we go. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Cool. So close that out. Go back in here. So yeah, that's going to be our dark background color. But if we're set to light mode, we want to use a light background color. So I think one of the first things I'm going to want to do here is set this to a client file. And then I want to basically set up the state for my toggle for dark mode. So we're say use dark mode, or I'll say dark mode. We'll say toggle dark mode. We'll say use state. And right now we're going to start off dark mode is going to be true. And so if dark mode is true, we want it to be this color. If dark mode is not true, we want it to be, let's see, I believe it's this color. Yeah, just regular old white. So, cool. So far, so good. And this box, we're also going to have the height be 100 view height. Perfect. Awesome. The next thing we want to do, let's take a look at the design. I'm going to add in, this nav, which will contain our dark mode toggle. It's not, and it's not much of a nav. It's just really this sort of box here. So we'll start with the title, going to be the H1 here, social media dashboard, and then total followers is a smaller typography element underneath, and it'll be that. This is going to be white. This color is going to be this kind of purplish color. Cool. Oh, and then make that white. And I think everything I do here is going to be swapping, yeah, when there's dark mode versus light mode. So I think I should just get used to doing dark mode, question mark, do this. If not, do that. Because I think that's going to be the default. Dark mode, if not, it should be this. Cool. All right, so we have that. So this is, let me wrap this in a box. This is going to be that like top nav. And then these two are going to be on one side. Whoops. And then we're going to put this toggle. I think we can use a switch from here. Switch. Yeah, we can use a switch. For the other side. We'll say that. Cool. Don't need the label. Yeah, and by default it's going to be on. And then we'll put a little typography element next to it that says dark mode. So they know what they're switching on or off. Dark mode. And then again with the colors. Dark mode. If not dark mode, it's going to be this. Good. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, so far so good, not too bad. I think, yeah, we need to wrap these two in a box. Oops. Box. And then, oops. For, let's see. This is the box with the text. For this box, I want to set to display flex. So this is the box that's holding the text and the switch, dark mode switch. And then we'll say justify content, space between. And I think, yeah, we do want to add some sort of container for all of this. So I think we're going to just turn, maybe we'll drop a container here. We'll say container. And we'll say, we'll do max width is large, but I think we're gonna need some margin on top. Yeah, we'll say 36 margin top. Let's go with 2 rem. Oh, let's go with padding top. All right, cool. Looking pretty good. Dark mode, light mode. Oh, and then this needs to be Flexbox. And then now to hook into this, I think, is it on change, on switch, on change, handle change? Yeah, I think it's on change. So on change, set toggle dark mode to be the opposite of dark mode. Let's see if that works. Okay, awesome, working. So let's clean up the styles a little bit. I will say align items to be centered. Do that. Good. And yeah, it looks pretty good. So far, so good. I don't know if I'll be able to target the inside of that just because it is a material UI component, but if not, if we can, we'll try that a little bit later. What I want to do now is start building out these little cards because that's going to be kind of the bulk of the work here. So looking at it here, there are 4 like sort of larger informational cards, and then there's like a today section of like changes. So I think I'm going to call these like platform summary cards, like a platform summary card, and we'll make a sort of like a base for that and plug in our data, and then we'll make like interaction cards and then make a base for that and then plug in our data. So let's create one of those. So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna say new folder, components, and then we'll say new file, platform summary card, because like each is a platform: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc. We'll say box, and actually, yeah, I don't think we actually need to make this a client component. What it's gonna take in though, it's gonna take in dark mode, because that's gonna be important. Every component basically, we can either prop drill dark mode or we can do it in a global state. And I think because it's a very straightforward app, we'll just prop drill it. But if it was a more complex app, we could do something different. We could put it in the global state. So we'll say platform summary card is going to be a box. The background color, let's see. Is this the fill? It seems a little dark. All right, we'll go with this as the fill. We'll say and it's background color based on the dark mode. So if dark mode is true, dark mode, yes, do that. If not, do this. All right, and then it's gonna be, oh, it has this little border on top too. How should we handle this? Say border top, yeah, border top, maybe 4 pixels solid, 4 pixels solid. Oh, and you know what? This is actually going to take in a lot of stuff. It's going to take in all that information. So I think one of the props I'm going to pass is color, and it's just going to be the hex. So I'm going to pass in color, and then it's going to be that color. So 4 pixel solid color, and then we're going to say border radius. I'm just going to assume 1 rem for now. And then, yeah, let's put in these pieces here. So first line, I want to start with a box. I'm gonna actually put in an image here. So we'll say image from next image. And the source is going to be, again, this is something I'm gonna import. This is gonna be, let me take a look at how I defined it in my data. Platform icon. So source is gonna be platform icon. Alt is going to be icon. And then the height is probably 16, width probably also 16. And that's going to be the image there. Beside that, we're going to have the handle of whatever platform it is. So we'll have a little typography element next to it. And oops, this will be the color. If it's dark mode. So we'll say dark mode. If it's not dark, whoops, if it's not dark mode, the color is going to be this color. Is that the same color? No. They're very close though, they're very close colors. I wonder if it could have been the same color. Maybe it doesn't work without the background. And then here we'll say, whoops, display flex, so they appear next to one another. Save that. And the good thing is we'll spend a lot of time making this one little card, but then we don't have to make it again. So that's the nice bit. All right, so the next bit here is going to be the 1987 or whatever number it's going to be. And sorry, within this is going to be, I should just keep my data file open. Here it is. It's going to be handle. I should close this. Yeah, it's going to be handle, string, handle, and here, handle. That's what that's going to be. Oops, and then next typography element is going to be the audience size. Oops, audience size. We're also going to take in the daily change. Daily change. Oh, audience type. So it's going to be like followers or subscribers. So audience size is going to be that element. So we'll say font, color, dark mode. If yes, we want the color to be white. If not, we want the color to be this color. We'll save that. Okay, good. And then size-wise, we want it to be 56 pixels. And then font weight. Probably going to be 600 to 800, so we'll save that. All right, so then under that now we'll have another typography element, and this is going to be the audience type, and the type is going to be whatever this thing is, followers, subscribers, etc. And we'll say color, again, dark mode. If yes, will be that. If no, it's going to be this. Okay. At some point we could just do a theme and just say dark mode or light mode and have different themes. And then last step here is going to be, what was it? Daily change. Daily change. And the color, it's actually going to be something different. So we're going to say color daily change greater than 0? If it is, if it is, then we want the color to be this green. But if it's not, like if it's a negative number, because we have some negative numbers in there, we want it to be this red. And we'll see if that works for us. Okay, cool. So that's the initial styling. One thing I also know that we're going to want to do is we want to set this to a flex box, and then we want to use the column direction, and then we want to, what is it, align items to the center. Yeah, and I think, well, let's see what it looks like, and then we can plug and play, put some more information in there. So on the main page here, outside of our sort of top nav there, let's go ahead and we'll map through these. So we'll say it's the audience stats. So we'll say audience stats dot map for each stat. We want to go ahead and return a platform summary card dot stat. So that will pass in all the stat information, and then we also want to pass in dark mode. And save that. And then it also needs a key. It's going to be stat dot. Let's do platform icon. That should be unique because there's 4 different platforms. Cool. And that looks good. Let's see how these look. Okay, that's pretty close. That's not bad at all actually. I think what we need to do is display them in a box and make that box a flex box and do all of that. So let's do box. We'll say display flex. Then yep. We'll say justify content. We'll say space between. Good. And then we'll add, let's see, we can add a little margin to the top and the bottom of that outer box. Margin, top and bottom, 2.5 rem-ish. Yeah, just give it some space there. And then for the actual box itself, we can add a lot of padding. So we can say 32, 64. So we'll say padding, 32, let's say 2 rem, 4 rem. Yeah, there we go. I'm happy with that. That looks pretty good. Oh, we're missing the color for this one. Oh, you know what? I think that was because of the way I wrote the code for that. I think maybe you need to do a linear gradient. Maybe that'll work. Maybe not. Inspect it and see if we can get it working. Oh, there's a little extra letter there. That's what's wrong. No, still not working. All right, never mind then. We can fix that later. All right. Next thing I want to do, just kind of align a couple of things. So we'll say align item center. Give it a bit of margin. We'll say margin left. We'll say 0.5. Oops. Actually, we'll say 1 rem. Save that. Good. And awesome, the colors are working. So we're seeing 12 and in green, like the positive numbers in green and the negative numbers in red, which is exactly what we wanted to happen. So that's great. We'll say font weight should be about 600. Save that. And let's see, audience type, we'll say text transform, uppercase. And maybe put a little bit more margin below that. We'll say margin bottom 1.5 rem. Cool, and that looks pretty good to me. I think that's pretty solid. Let's move on to the next section, the next card. So the next card, that was platform summary card. This is gonna be like audience interaction card, or maybe I'll call it interaction card. So we'll create a new file, interaction card. Save that. And for this one now, it's a much more straightforward card. Actually, let me throw in this header as well, because that's kind of important. So on the page, right below this, add another typography element, drop that in there. We'll say SX color, dark mode, if yes. And you can see how much easier it is to put in the dark mode and the light mode information when you're actually building it for the first time versus going back in and trying to add it in later. So I definitely recommend doing this in your first pass rather than after you've done it, you've gone ahead and built it in light mode and then you want to go back and change it into dark mode. It's just going to be a lot easier. All right, overview today, 24 pixels. Good. Cool, looking good. All right, so yeah, looking at our interaction card now, it's going to be quite similar to the other card, just with a few fewer flourishes. So we'll say box. And yeah, so it's basically going to be a box with it's going to take in 4 elements. And I define these already here. Interaction type, platform icon, count, and percentage change. So I'm just going to go ahead and declare these variables in the interface. So, and again, if you don't want to use TypeScript, you don't have to. You can definitely just use JavaScript if you prefer to do that. And you can skip some of these steps. String, number, interaction type, platform icon, count, percent changed, props. Cool. And then you can actually, I think, borrow some of the styles from this box. Oh, and then dark mode. Dark mode, Boolean. Yeah, we can borrow some of the background color based on the dark mode is going to be the same, so we can borrow that. We could have made like a base box, but we did not. But that would have definitely been something, a potential option there. Border radius is going to be the same. Flex direction will probably be column. Do that. And yeah, that looks pretty good. Now, so that's the outside of the box. Now we get to the inside. So we're going to have, I think, probably 2 rows. And we'll separate these 2 into rows and these 2 into rows. And that's how we'll build it out. So I'm going to say in this first box, I'm going to say it's going to be, what I say, interaction type and a typography element. Okay. And again, dark mode, question mark. Light mode is going to be this one here, very similar, but not the same. Okay. And then this is going to be a flex box. Justify content space between. So it's going to be a typography element and then an image from next image. And the source is going to be the, platform icon. Alt is going to be platform icon. height 16, width 16, we'll save that. That'll be box 1. Box 2, which will be the lower box, will be display flex. Same thing, I'm going to do justify content, space between. And here as well, we're going to do justify content, space between, so they have some space between them. And then it's going to be the number and the increase or decrease. So it's going to be the count. That's what we called it, typography. We're going to say count. And the count is going to borrow the same coloring as the audience size. So we'll just borrow that. And then the actual size of this is going to be 32. So we'll say font size 2rem. Cool. And then the second typography element is going to be the daily or percent changed. Oops. Percent changed. And we're also going to borrow some styles from here. We're going to borrow this whole piece there. Oops. Save that. And it's going to be based on if percent change is greater than 0 or not. And cool, that should be the base of what we need to do here. So the thing I need to do now is actually map over this underneath the typography element. So we'll say interaction, what did I call it? Account interaction. So we'll map over account interactions dot map for each interaction. We want to go ahead and return an interaction card. And we're just going to pass in all of the interaction props as well as dark mode. Oops, dark mode equals to dark mode. And then we need to set a key, which will be interaction dot, probably count. I don't think that would be, oh, and the, oh, count is probably string or a number. Okay, cool, good to go. And so looking here, same thing. Oh, except we have this weird whiteness at the bottom. We'll fix that. Oh, you know what? It's probably, we need to make it bigger, or we'll just fix the way it's displayed. So we just need to wrap this in a box. Cool. We'll say display flex. And then we'll add some padding to these cards. So we'll say padding, 1.5 rem, kind of all around. And maybe we'll set the width or the min width to like maybe 15 view width. I will say on the page, flex, wrap. Good, awesome. And then we'll say justify content, space between. Awesome. And then we'll give these some margin on top. We'll say margin on rem. Awesome. That looks great. What else can we touch up? Oh, you know what? Let's fix the alignment of that second line. Say align items center. Do the same thing for the other one if we didn't. Align items center. Cool. And then if we've done it correctly, when I flip the switch, everything should swap. So let's see. Awesome. Pretty good. Looks fairly legible, fairly readable. I think, yeah, that worked pretty well. Today, we're going to be building this coffee subscription site. If you're new here, hi, my name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor who loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in learning how to code and starting a career as a front-end developer, check out our bootcamp that's linked in the description below. All right, so yeah, what we're going to be building is just this really sort of straightforward coffee subscription website. So kind of like if you've ever gone through like a HelloFresh type of website or something like that, it's a similar vibe. So basically, you're going to be able to create a plan, go through your preferences about how you like to drink your coffee, etc., and then it'll basically create a plan for you to check out with and then purchase a coffee subscription. So that's what we're going to be working on. We're going to be focusing on the logic mostly, and then we'll throw in the design at the end. So let's get started. If you do want to follow along, this is a challenge from Front End Mentor as usual. It's one of their premium challenges, so you do need to have a subscription to them in order to use it. But yeah, you can follow along and sort of apply the same sort of styles and stuff like that. Maybe just use a different product. And then if you want to access the starter kit, I'll link that down below as well. So yeah, hopping into it. First things first, I'm just going to clean out the styles that we have here, default styles. And yeah, let's hop onto the first page. So first page, I'm also going to change the style here to a light theme because this is a light themed website. I notice it does make a difference in terms of the material UI components. So yeah, on the page, I mean, we have this sort of like header and stuff like that, but really what I want us to focus on is this accordion sort of selection section here that ultimately leads us to this modal with the information. So I really want us to kind of hone in on that. So in order for that to work successfully, what we need to do is start with sort of this accordion format. And I think the best thing might be for us to quickly whip up some data and go from there. So I think what I'm going to do, and I'm going to show you guys today how we're going to make that data.json. So I'm going to create an array with objects, and we're going to say first object is going to be preferences. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna do we'll go capsule, filter, espresso. And I'm just going to do the sort of basic data so we can get started, and then we can always spruce it up at the end. Okay, so preferences, I'm going to say bean. It's going to be single origin, decaf, or blended. I'm actually just going to type this correctly just to make our lives a little bit easier. Quantity. Grind option. Whole bean. Filter. Cafeteria. And then the last one, deliveries. Every week, every 2 weeks, every month. Perfect. All right, cool. So we have the basic data that we're going to work with. We can add in the description and things like that later. But in terms of building out the sort of accordion and the logic there, we've got what we need. All right, so let me hop into the app now. And we're going to go ahead and open up the home page. I want to make this section on its own, and then, I want to pass it to the order summary. I think that's probably the best idea. So I'm going to create another component. And I'm going to call it, what shall we call it? Let's call it Coffee Quiz. All right. And basically we're just gonna use a series of drop downs and selects in order to get this essentially. So yeah, I think we can use an accordion component from Material UI as we've used in our previous, some of our previous tutorials. Yeah, that should be fine. We should be able to use that. So I think what I'll do is I'll borrow this code. We'll start with that. Cool. We'll start with that, and I'll import it in here. Coffee Quiz. All right. Oh, and I do not have the icons. We'll skip the icon. Okay, cool. So we have our initial accordion. Cool. Click, opens and closes. Awesome. Looks great. What we want to do now, okay, so that's the summary. So yeah, for each accordion, what we want to do is we really only need one accordion. Yeah, we only need one accordion. And what's going to happen is in the accordion details, we'll have 3 buttons. And those buttons will get passed the details of, or the information, the title essentially from the data, and then once you select one, we'll pass that data up to wherever we're holding our larger data. So I'm going to say new file, quiz button, and then I'm going to say box. I'm gonna say this is before they're selected. They look like this. Fill is this. We're going to be passing in the value string and selected value string. And basically, value and select value. If value equals selected value, then we want it to be this color instead. Oops. Else we want it to be that color. And so we'll do that with that, and then the text. So it's going to be this if it's regular, and we'll say color. Oops. Oops. Okay. Value equals selected value. If yes, we want it to be this. We want it to be white. If no, we want it to be that like dark blue. Okay, cool. So we have that. And then we'll add in some padding. As I said, we can add in the like information sort of stuff after. But for now, we're just trying to get it, the basics work, the basics showing up. Okay, cool. So quiz button. And then I think in the data.json, we're going to have preferences and we're going to have question. And the question is going to be these questions. Whoops. Copy. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. No, yeah. Okay, we'll say, yeah, no, it has to be better than that. So what I did with the data, I didn't actually do it very well. I think I should do section is preferences, options are these, and then the question is that, right? So then, yeah, each one will have consistency. Oops. And that's going to be way better and way easier for us to work with. Yeah, I think that's a better bet there. We'll say question. Then we can say preferences being quantity. Options, question, okay, cool. So now, yeah, I have a little bit more structure there. So for the coffee quiz, we're going to import data from data.json, cool. And then we want to take data and we want to map through it. So we're going to say data.map. And actually, I want an accordion for each. So that's going to go inside too. And then we're going to return. Good, okay. So for each question, for each item, we'll say key equals item.section, that's going to be unique. And then we'll say for accordion, whatever that title that was going to be, it's going to be item.question. And then in the details now, we want to say item.options.map, because options is an array. For each option, we want to go ahead and return the quiz button, with the key being the option. Can the key just be the option? Yeah, the key could just be the option. Oh, and we need the value equals option. And then the selected value, now that is going to come when we select. We select the value. Select the value is going to come. All right, so what we're going to do, how should we do that? How should we do that? Because there's going to have to be some way for us to map. Maybe I'll take, no. Item.options.map. Let's just say const selected value, set selected value, state. Let's say, turn this into a client component, save that, and we'll say selected value equals selected value. And we'll figure that out as we go through it. Okay, so awesome. Right now we have, how do you drink your coffee? We should actually use the value. Okay. How do you drink your coffee? Capsule, filter, espresso. So far so good. It's working. What we want to do now is display these in a little bit more of an interesting manner. So we'll say display flex. Awesome. And then we'll say justify content, space between. Awesome. What else can we do here? We can set the border radius. Let's say border radius 0.5 rem. Awesome. And then I think what I want to do on my page is actually drop a container. Medium. Save that. Awesome. So we just have this section to kind of think about. Cool. And then how do I want to set it to be selected? Selected value equals set selected value. We'll say set selected. Okay. Awesome. Okay, less awesome. But not too bad. Okay. All right, we'll work with that for now. I I think the important thing, well, the thing that we want to figure out next will actually figure out this problem. So the thing that we need to figure out next is how do we get it to our summary page. Right? Because we have all of this, and then there's like this order summary component, right? So I drink my coffee is this with that, with that. So I think what we're going to have to do is set the option based on the section. I think that's probably what's going to have to happen. So I have to take in some prompts. It's either that we set the entire order. Ooh, that could work if we set the entire order to. So what I'm thinking is if we pass in the section equals section, and then the buttons, section is a string, and section, why is this giving me an error? Oh, item.section, sorry. And then on click, we set the selected value to be whatever the value bracket section order dot section value, something like that. That's what I'm thinking. We just modify the order. So we say const order set order use state. It's an object, and it's going to have a few properties. So it's going to have, let's look at our data, preferences, bean, quantity, grind, and deliveries, right? So preferences, bean, quantity, grind, and deliveries. All right, so that's going to be the order. Preferences, being quantity, grind, and deliveries. And if we pass in the order as well, we're passing in a lot of stuff. If we pass in the order, I think we can get rid of some of this stuff actually once we figured it out. Order is of this type, and then order why is this mad? Order property of preferences. Oh, would help if I finish typing. Set selected value, or really it would be set order. Really what we want to do is just modify order. On click, order equals order brackets section equals value. const handle click. So on click, what we want to happen is we'll take order section, any type, element explicitly has any type. I do want it to have any type. Let's look this up. We'll say object assign. Could do that. Okay, so that should work. What about this? Okay, that caused an error. Is that you have to put it in quotes? Yes, that's what it is. Okay. Property section. Okay, so it's a data issue again. What if we say any? We really don't need set order either. We could just say order equals an object. That's also what we could do. Oh, that's where it is. I was like, where's the any coming from? Or the lack of, like, why is any not working? Because I have typed it in the other place as well. Right. Take this. Good. Okay. Handle click order section equals value. I wonder if it needs to be like this. I think it does. I think this will work. All right, so now if I console.log order, let's inspect and see what happens. All right, so right now it's undefined. Okay. Which makes sense because it's literally nothing. Should probably start off as an object. Okay, cool. Start off as an object. Then we say capsule. Single origin. Oh, maybe I should put that in here. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Okay, so that's exactly what I want to happen. It's basically defining the, yeah, that's exactly what I want to happen. It's defining what the, yeah, perfect, perfect. Okay, cool. So yeah, we just basically assigned different values to different properties of the object based on what's clicked. And so now we have this object with all of our options. We can just use that for our actual order, which is that's exactly what I want to happen. All right, so yeah, the thing I want to do now actually is we have the coffee quiz. I could either prop drill, I could use state. I think I don't really need to like install Ascend and do all this stuff. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hoist the order to the main page. I'm going to put this here. I'm going to say use client. I'm going to import use state. I'm going to pass in order equals order. And honestly, it doesn't need to be all of this. It can just be this. And then this is going to take in order. Oops. Okay, and order is going to pass all the way through. Perfect. So it should still do the same thing. We'll double check, make sure we didn't completely break it. Capsule filter, awesome, perfect. So that's working as expected. Let's move forward. So we now want to pass this information to our summary, and that's why I put it here, because I want to actually put the summary here on the main page. So we're going to import our summary. And our summary is basically going to be this section right here. And we can use this section, we can do the modal, doesn't really matter. But basically, I guess we could pass this to the modal when we click create my plan. But basically what it is just this box. So we'll start with this background color. So we'll say it has some padding. And then it has title. And then it has this sentence. So this is going to be where we pass in all of those properties. Type of bean. Cool. All right, so then we're gonna pass in the order, and it's gonna take in order. Why am I typing it if I'm gonna use any? We could type it properly later. And so order is gonna be order dot filter, order dot preferences dot bean, order dot quantity, grind, and deliveries, order dot quantity, order dot grind, order dot deliveries. Okay, and we're gonna pass in order. Now the one thing that's going to screw this up is if the data, the titles are not correct. So what I want to do is I want to, in the button, section.to lowercase. So that when they pass through, they're going to be lowercase. So then we have our summary order, and that should show up there. Awesome. And then we need to set the colors for the summary. I also did not need any of these dollar signs. Color. Good. Set that. Good. Okay. And then we'll say and then what size is this? 24. Save that. Okay, cool. And then we only want to display this order dot preferences if we have something to summarize. Otherwise, we don't want it to display anything. Okay, cool. So let's take our coffee quiz. So if I drink my coffee in a capsule, let me refresh. Drink my coffee in a capsule. Oh, it's not working. Single origin. Oh, no. All right. Let's see if it's an issue of this or if it's an issue of something else. Oh, it seems like this page actually just keeps running. Oh, okay, it's just not. Oh, that's my own fault. Oh, but it's not updating. Interesting. Okay. So that's probably why I was thinking set order. How should we handle this? Because it's updating, it's just, or it's setting itself, it's just not updating. What if we just did the modal? I know I'm playing around with the design at this point, but what if we just did the modal? Rather than just that like summary at the bottom? If we did this instead. think this is what we're gonna do. Let's do this. Then we'll say set show modal. We're gonna go show modal. Set show modal. Props. Open is gonna be show modal. On close. Set show modal to false. Okay, so that's gonna be the modal. I'm gonna borrow this summary stuff in a second. I'm gonna say order, yep, order summary modal, and then I'm gonna say const show modal, set show modal, use state, false to start, and then we're gonna pass in set show modal to the coffee quiz, because it's gonna be that that create my plan. And we also need to pass it here so we can close it. We also need to pass show modal. Okay, cool. In the coffee quiz, we'll take in set show modal. Cool. And then we'll add the button down here. And it will be, what does it say? Create my plan. So we'll add a button here. We'll say button, create my plan. And then we'll say on click. On click will, on click will set the order. Or no, order will already be good. We'll just say set show modal to true. And that should be all we have to do, actually. I'm gonna steal this and put that in here. I don't know why this has that there. We're gonna we're gonna pass it style, or sorry, pass it order as well, because we do need that. Need to know what we're talking about. Okay. There we go. And yeah, that should work. That should work. I think it should work. All right, so nice. Okay, so it shows up. Capsule, single origin, 250 grams, whole bean, every week. No, it still doesn't update. Okay. What I think we might have to do is actually use the use state. So we'll say order, set order, use state. And then set modal to true, set order to be order. So I'm passing in order. I didn't pass set order, so we should pass set order. I'm wondering if I'm going to cause a circular dependency here. Or just like an infinite set of refreshing. That'll break everything. Let's find out. Okay, so let's try it now. I really don't have to go through all of them, but... Ah, there we go. It works, and it doesn't seem to be endlessly refreshing. Let's check the network tab. No? All right, cool. So I think we did it correctly. I think we're good to go. let's style it up a little bit and make it look like a thing. All right, so the other thing I want to check is selected value. How do I get selected value? Yeah, because we're not getting that little green on the button, which would be nice. Yeah, we're not even setting the selected value. On click, handle click, order dot section equals value, order if order dot section if order dot equals value, set selected value. That's not quite what I want to do. It has to be more local than that. So const selected value equals order dot section. Right? Let that import. Order dot section. If value equals selected value. I don't know if it's gonna work. It might need to be set. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Oops, what do I do? Okay, let's forget about this for now. Let's go back to our modal and style that up. So for the modal, we want to have this order summary box. So we want two sections. The ultimate background color will be that, but then in this upper section, it's going to be this, and then the title is going to be order summary. Cool. And okay. Cool. So I say create my plan. Awesome. The box within the modal will say max width 30, no, let's say 50 view width, max height, 50 view height. So that way it doesn't take up the whole page. And then we want to say display flex, justify content center, and align items also to the center. Okay, awesome, looking good. And then order summary. We want text to be this color. It's actually that, except for these spans. Which color is going to be this green. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So if I say capsule, single origin, 250 gram, whole bean, every week, create my plan. Awesome. So it works. Needs a little bit of styling, but it works. Cool. So let's give it some margin. 56. Oh, that's going to be a problem. Okay, we'll say margin 3rem. Say margin 3rem. No, not on padding. I think we'll take out the yellow. I think it's only applicable for the French cafeteria. Sent to me every week, and then when you click off, it closes. Fantastic. That works really well. Number. Should be type string. Where is it getting type number from? Okay, weird. Try that. Ooh, we get an error now. Okay, that's better. Setting preferences. For undefined. Okay, so what if I start it off as an object? If that doesn't work, I'll just leave it alone. Okay. We got one. Can I create property bean? Bean. String caps. Oh, okay. So then let me. Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. It's interesting that it wouldn't just. I'm probably doing something wrong here. But it's half working. Yeah, that makes sense. Go back to object.assign. Target, source, target. Let's say object.assign. So it's like const view selections. Assign value. Oh no, that doesn't work at all. All right, there's definitely a way to do this. I might have to do a follow-up for that. Let's add in a couple of styles for now and finish this up. All right, so now that we have that section complete, let's see how we can finish up these styles. So we have this upper section here. We have another section up here. Let's see if we can add these in real quick and just make it a bit more of a finished piece. I'm going to close out these. I'm going to go back to my main page. I'm going to say, actually, sorry, one thing I'm going to do with the quiz, with the accordion, I'm going to say actually, we'll leave that alone for now. What I would set, I'll give some styles to is this button. We'll say this color. Say font weight. And then say I'll give it good. And then we'll say good. Good. Okay. Cool. Much better. All right, on the main page now, let's drop in an image here. And the source is going to be somewhere in this publics folder. Plan, order summary, modal top, steps. Ah, here it is. Copy relative path. Oops. Take away that. I will say alt is coffee cup. I will say height 100, width 100, style. Height is 100%. 100%. Width is also 100%. Okay, that's pretty small. Oh, it's a pretty small image. I guess that's just a not a great quality image. Interesting. Okay. Nothing you can do about that. And actually what I probably should do, I'd probably make it a background. Yeah, I should probably make it a background image on here. That'll work a little bit better because we're gonna have some text on top of it. So we'll say typography, and it's gonna be this bit here, create a plan, 72, create a plan, cool. And then we'll have a second typography element. That's going to be down here. Copy that. Get rid of these. Good. Say color. Good. We'll give it some padding. Perfect. Okay, I don't like that as much. Let's get rid of that. Okay, cool. Decent. Not too bad, not too bad. Seg border radius. Cool. I think that's what's also missing from the accordion. The edges are too sharp. Yeah. Okay, so we have that. Margin. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is more of just like a component that you can use to add to whatever site you want to do. You could also do something like having these be on separate pages, so that you can really just build out each, like it's like a one page, then you click and it brings up the next page. That would actually be better in terms of setting the selected item, because like for instance, one thing we could do in order to get the selected item is on click, we set selected value to be value, right? So that's one way we could just force the green, right? But it's only going to work while that is green, right? So, but if we had it on separate pages, then it would work for every single option. So that's just something to think about as you expand on this. But I don't want this to go on too long. You've seen me build a bunch of landing pages before, so the rest is pretty self-explanatory. Today, we're going to be building this business website. If you're new here, hi, my name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor that loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in learning how to code and starting a career as a front-end web developer, check out our bootcamp. It's the first link in the description below. But without further ado, let's hop into today's challenge. All right, so yeah, we have this pretty straightforward business website. I tried to build this in a challenge before, but didn't get enough time to finish it because it was a 20-minute timer. So we're gonna finish it and build it out really nicely today. So yeah, as you can see, we have this hero, this book, a table, call to action, these sort of sections and, you know, explanations, and then the call to action there at the bottom again, and a footer. And then what that call to action does, it actually redirects us to this page. We're gonna be using the Next.js his app router in order to do that, and then we'll make this sort of booking reservation form, and that's going to be the project. So let's hop into it. If you do want to follow along and use the design, it's from Frontend Mentor. It is one of the premium designs, but you can access the design, build it alongside if you'd like to. I'll link the design in the description below, and I'm using the starter kit with Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript, and again using the app router from Next.js. So this is the app also when I'm ready to go. So let's hop into it. I've dropped in the assets, the images from Frontend Mentor, so those are ready to go. I'm just going to go ahead and clear out some of these styles so we can start fresh. These are like reset styles. And then I'm going to start by creating a new folder for the components and creating a hero component. So I don't think there was a nav. Yeah, there's not really a nav. It's more just a logo. So I'm just going to call this whole thing the hero, and we'll start with that. So for the hero, we have the logo in the top left, this image, and then the like text in the call to action. So I think, and it also, no, I was gonna say I'd do a container. Maybe I'll do, it looks like things are in a container, like in the inside, but then the design stretches out to the outside. So I think what I'll end up doing is boxes and then containers within them. So create hero and bring it into the app. Hero, cool. So I'm gonna turn this into a box on the outside, and then I'm gonna do a container on the inside. Okay, and then for the box, I'm gonna say the background And image is going to be, let's look at our photos here. Homepage, hero, desktop. Okay. And then within the container now, close that up. We want the logo and then the text all on the left side there. Okay, so let's look at the logo. I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna make it an image, but I'm also gonna wrap it in a link from Next.js. So I'll say link, and the href is going to be /. That'll bring it back to the home page, and then I'm gonna do the image tag from Next.js. Cool. So we have the logo, and then below that we'll have a typography element. And I'm wondering if there are some consistent styles, so maybe I'll use the Material UI themes to sort of make this a little bit easier. So we'll say 80 pixels, go into our styles, theme, H1, gonna be 80 pixels, and it's gonna be 500. And it says the line height is 80. I'm not sure if that's correct, but we'll try that. I think that's a bit too much, but let's see. And then we can go ahead and just drop out a few other tags. So like this will be our H2 here, and it does look like we use it in more than one color. Otherwise, I would set the color of this. I will set the color of the H1 though, because that seems to be the same. But for the H2, we'll do the font size and the font weight. So the size is 48. And the font weight, I'm gonna give it 800, and if it's too much, we can always pare it down. And then it says the line height is 48. We'll see again if that's correct. And then for the body now, let's see, it's gonna be, we'll do body 1. Font size, size is gonna be 1.25 rem, right? Yep. And then font weight is normal, line height is 30. What else do we need? Oh, this body too. That's just gonna be in our footer, it looks like. Body 2. Font size. What else? Height 28, and letter spacing is going to be 2 pixels. Okay. And I think that should be it. That should be all that we need in terms of text. So we'll go forward with that. All right, so going back to our hero, we're gonna go ahead and turn this into an H1. We'll say exquisite dining since 1989. And then underneath that now we'll say, oops, in a body tag, it's going to be this block of text here. Save that. And then we have this book a table, which is exactly the same in both locations. So I'm gonna go ahead and just create that really quickly. So we'll say new file, custom button. You can call it whatever you want, but I just call it custom button as opposed to button, because if I use Materially-wise button component, then there's a conflict. So if I do use the button component, sorry, for Materially-wise, let's say book a table. Order 1 pixel solid white. 25 and 55. Rem, and 55 is 3.5 rem, give or take. What else? Ground. No. All right, let's see. Oh, and refresh. Element type is invalid. Oh, here. Okay, cool. The other thing I need to do is remove that margin, so we'll say body margin. Good. Okay, good. And okay, yeah, so the line is way too big. So let's go ahead and set that. I was like, those numbers seem ridiculous. So let's say line height of 2, line height of 1, line height of 0.5, and see where that gets us. And also I need to set the text color so we can see it. Okay. Good. But I'm not seeing the background image. Let's say home page. We did background desktop 2x. Background size. Background repeat, no repeat. We'll say cover. Okay. What else could we do there? Height. All right, we'll say min height. How much of the pizza do we see? We see a lot. Or pizza, pasta, sorry. 70 height. Okay, and then I'm gonna add some more padding and stuff to that. So this I'm gonna make about 40. Good. Let's add some padding. Okay. And then width 50%. No, that's not what we want. And also I have to drop the custom button in here. Otherwise we won't see it. Okay, good. Good, a little bit better. We still have to fix, obviously, the line height, but that does look a lot better. Close this, we don't need that. Custom button, color, white. weight 600. Good. And then touch up the styles, line height 1. Good. That looks pretty good. Back to the hero, we'll say, we're gonna call this a flex box. We'll say display flex, justify content, or sorry, flex direction, column, justify content, space between, height 100%. I think maybe I need to make this bigger. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then height, we'll say there we go. Pretty good. And then I'm going to give this a max width of good. All right, I think that looks pretty decent, pretty close. So I think we can move on from there. The next bit that I want to do is this. These are basically very similar components, but they have little differences that's going to make it a little bit tricky. So I'm wondering if I maybe make the image. Let's see. I might end up making one and then piecing it out and then putting it back together, kind of thing. So we'll say, what should we call the second enjoyable place for all the family? Most locally sourced food. All right, so we're going to create a new component. About us place. Not a great name, but we'll go with that for now. We'll start with a box. And again, I'm doing a box on the outside rather than the container just so it can have the full width. And then within that, I'm going to use a container for the text alignment and stuff like that. Excuse me. All right, and then I should probably bring it onto the page so we can see it. That's gonna be a container error. Okay, and then, yes, we want a couple of things here. We want this image and we want this text. So I'm gonna say display flex, making rhymes. Image, and then which image is that? That is like a stream. Oh, enjoyable place. Yes, enjoyable place, desktop. Okay. And what else does the image have? The image has some sort of like box shadow situation going on there. Okay. Just increasing the spread of whatever that is. And then we have this enjoyable place for all the family. So that's going to be here. We'll say, I'm going to create a box and then put all of the typography elements in that. So we'll say typography, variant is going to be the H2 that we already defined, and we'll just borrow this text. And then in the next typography element, we'll put in this. And actually, if you're paying attention, there's this little like decoration thing there. I think it'd be good to just put it in as an image within this box, because it'll make our lives a lot easier in terms of spacing. So I think that's going to be patterns. Pattern. I don't know if it's pattern lines or pattern. I think it's pattern divide actually, but we'll see. Okay. Oh, fix this. Good. Okay, good. Pick the right image. Yeah, let's just space evenly. Make this a little bit wider. And then I'm going to give this a max height. Okay, good, good, good. And then we're going to say align item center. Or no, not align item center. There we go. And then for this one, oh no, not this one. For this, we'll say flex. Space between. What I'm just trying to do, just add a little bit of space between the image and the text. We'll set the height to 40. There we go. Cool. That looks pretty close. I think we could maybe increase the line height on the H2s, maybe to 1.25. Yeah, and that looks pretty good. And I can even add in a break here so that it matches the break in terms of the text here, just so it just matches a little bit better. The other thing I want to do is try and put in this rectangular box. I'm not quite sure where it goes. I'm thinking probably as a background element here, like the background image. But I also want to find out if it's something they give us, or I think it would be this one if there was any of them. Or if it's something we have to create ourselves, which is not a problem. So let's see that. Background image. Team. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm getting the image. Oh, you know what? That's my fault. I did not put in this. And that. Okay, there it is. I see it now. Okay, great. Let's look up how we use background position. Top, center, bottom. Okay. Let's do bottom. Okay, let's try that. So we'll say bottom. Bottom maybe 20%. Interesting. Okay. 25%, 75% down, 20% over. And 75%. Let's try that. Okay, that's closer. Background size 100%. Oops, 100%. No, that's too big. Let's do 8%, 80%, 70%. Or does it cut? Oh, yeah, no, it's 60%. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty content with that. The last thing I need to try to do is deal with this image. And I wonder if we can do set the position to relative. And then say top -10. Or top 100. Yeah, there we go. Because it has to stretch over the top and the bottom. And then I think maybe minus 50. Okay, and I'm pretty content with that. So let's close this. Or, I don't know if I need to close it out. If I want to spread it out. I think what I'll do, I'm going to use this template to create a few different components. I'm going to say new file, custom image. And then I'm going to copy this, put it in here. And that is going to take in image source. And alt. And then I'll also leave it open to take in SX props, just in case we need to take in additional, oh no, it's not SX props, my bad. If we need to add that, we can add that. All right, and then I'm gonna change this to custom image. And I'm just gonna leave it with source and alt. Or, sorry, image, source, and alt. Cool, and it should, yep, exactly the same. So that's one. What else will I do here? The text is a second, so let's say new file about us text. There's probably a better name for that, but we'll go with this. I'm going to copy this whole box, and that's going to be that. Okay, it's going to take in header. It's going to take in body. Let's see if that works. Put the header here. I'll go ahead and replace this with about us text. So header equals header, body equals body. No, body equals, oh, oops, I just covered it. This. That works. Awesome. Perfect. So we have that, and it's a lot cleaner. Don't have to sort of deal with the messiness of that. I think the other piece we want to do is, I think we can just borrow that. About us place, file about us food. I'm just gonna borrow these two, but I'm gonna change them, which is why I'm not like making a component for them, if that makes sense. Also always good to clean up your imports if you're not using them. So this is about us food. It's gonna go here. Oops. Okay. And then in about us food, it's gonna look pretty much like about us text. Not about us text, sorry, about us place. Again, could have had much better names here. For the header, it's going to be the most locally sourced food. We'll see if that splits correctly, because then we wouldn't have to do anything. Perfect. So yeah, we don't have to do anything there. We're just going to switch these around. Awesome. And then we're going to switch the image. And the image is going to be locally sourced. Copy relative path. And it's going to be food. Awesome. The other thing I wanted to do here was add some margin. Margin. To the top there. And then I want to change the background image, curve left. And then change position. Looks pretty good. Awesome. Cool, so those two look good. I think the last thing we want to do on, or last two things, the CTA and the footer. So let's build those out. Yeah, once you have the reusable component, it's super quick to get them going. So that's why I like building those rather than, building it each time. All right, so we'll say new file, CTA. Start with a box. And we're gonna say to be let me just put this in the page. And then it's this, which is an H2. So we'll say and then we have our custom button. Okay. Oh, and I did it again. And actually, sorry, I'm going to put this in the container. I think that's going to be better. Much better. And then we're going to set the height. Good. Ready to make a reservation, book a table. That looks good. Actually, one thing I'm noticing on the custom bottom now is actually the border radius should be 0. The sharp corners, because that is the design. All right, so we have that, and then CTA is done. Last piece we need in the footer, and we're gonna be able to reuse it on the other pages, which is great. We're gonna have component, new file, footer.tsx, and we're gonna build that. So again, starting with a box. And then we'll have a container. Container, there we go. And one thing I can also do, new file, logo. Instead of having the logo twice, that's gonna be no, it does have the flex. All right, I'm just gonna borrow it. I'm not gonna create a logo file because it does have its own styling here. But that's another optimization, right? You could do that. So the logo, and then we have these two sections of text. So we'll have box, we'll have typography, and then it's going to be this. And its body too, did I set the theme to be always white? So we have one, and then we'll have a second one right next to it. Oh, and I should put this on the page so we can see it. And really, we don't need that outer box. It's just a placeholder. At this point, we could actually get rid of it. Interesting. Oh, I think we need. Oh, you know what it is? It's the line height. And then it doesn't have a background color, which is 101. There we go. Okay, cool. So with this container, we want to say display flex. Good. And then justify content space evenly. Space between. Okay, and then this one. Display flex. So let me add some padding here. Okay, there we go. I don't know if it's the line itself. There we go. And then we're gonna say alright, that's not too bad. And then I'm just going to put in the correct information. So obviously if we put in the right font and things like that, it would look a lot closer to the design, but I believe most of these fonts would have to be installed separately. But this is just to show you can do it with the fonts that you have at your disposal. If you don't have the ability to, I don't know if you have to purchase them or just download them. Just a good option. Okay. And then I think we'll add a little bit more to the spacing there. Okay, cool, that looks good. I think the last thing I want to do here is align items in the center. Good. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with that for the first page. So we have the first page. Let's go ahead and make the second page. So that's going to be what happens when we click book a table. So book a table is our button, our custom button. And right now it's just a button, but I'm actually going to wrap it in a link. And I'm going to say the href is going to be book/book. And so when you click on it, it should take you to /book. Now the way I want to use the router here, what we're going to do is I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it book. And then within that, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. And that is going to be our booking page. And so yeah, if I click on this, it should take me to /book, which has nothing right now, but we're gonna fix that. All right, so actually we can stay there and go back to book. On the book page, let's zoom out a little bit. Let's look at the similar elements. So we have a similar hero situation, just a little bit different. It's not so similar that I want to copy it, like that I want to create a separate component and just borrow that, but it's pretty close. I am going to just use the same footer because that's exactly the same. But yeah, we're going to borrow some styles here. So I'm going to start with a box. And then in the bottom, I'm just going to bring in the footer because we know that already. And then I'm going to say new file. I'm going to say book hero. Oops, .tsx. And then I'm actually going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it book. I'm going to put all the book related files in there just to kind of clean things up. And in the book hero, I want to borrow some stuff from this hero. So I'm going to borrow this first section here. Import those, import this, import that, and yeah. Should stop complaining there. Now the image we're going to use is a different image though. It's going to be this image. Oh, we need to actually bring it onto the page. That would help. Okay, good. But then instead of it being so large, it's going to be, or maybe 50 view height. And then on top, oh, and then within that now we need our text. So let's grab the, this box here. Again, this could be also a custom component because we are kind of using it very similarly. Really, I just copied the whole thing and I'm just going to add an extra file to it. But and then instead of exquisite dining, it's going to say reservations. And instead of that, it's going to say this. But the difference here is that on the right now we're going to have this, actually we don't need the custom button, sorry, because we've already reached to the place where we want to book the table. Yeah, on the right now we want to have this form. So that's going to be separate, and I'm going to drop it on the hero. And then I do need to touch up these styles, clearly. Okay, so then I'll create a new file. We'll say booking form. I'm going to say make it white. Let's zoom in a little bit. And then we want to use some of these text fields from Material UI. I think it's text field underlined. Let's look it up. No. Standard, and it's variant standard, and that is going to go here. There, or actually here, and then I'm going to end up wrapping these two in a box. Oh, I'm trying to import book here. I want to import booking form. I didn't even know you could let you do that. All right, cool. And it shouldn't really show too much right now. Yeah, just a box. Okay, perfect. Actually, okay, and then we have our text field. So going back to the booking form now. Let's start to style it out. So some padding. Placeholder. I think we're gonna have to. Okay. Okay, we have two of those. Actually, let's not put the margin boundary. I might just do a space around. So for those two. And then we have this little section here. How should we do a box? We'll say pick a date, pick a time. And that is going to be a text. We'll do a booking text field. Oops. We'll do 3 of them. And then we're gonna say, oh no, sorry, 3? Yes, 3. We'll say display. Oops. Display flex. Pick a date. Then I'm gonna pass in some props. going to say and auto. Okay. And I'm going to say that is a new file, and it's going to be small text field. Not great names, but we're working with that. And that is going to be this. Okay, we have 3 of those. Looks pretty good. I wonder if I take out the and then I'll say for this one good, and then pick a date, pick a time. Not much difference. And then make a reservation, which is different from the book button. All right, so we'll have to make that as a customized button. Okay, that looks good. And then the other thing we could do here is have this little counter. So it's really a small piece here. We could say people counter. We could say const count, set count, and then so it's going to be a button, with a minus, it's going to be a button with a plus, and then it's going to be I don't think we defined a typography element for that, so we'll say, oh no, 20. 20 is H2. body 1, body 1. Body 1 just bold. And this is going to be count people. And then on click, set count to be count -1. And then on click, set count to be count +1. And we should put it on the page. There we go. You can say okay, good. And then with the whole form now, I'm gonna say display flex, flex direction column. We're gonna say justify content, space between. Good, and that kind of spaces out a little bit. So rather than adding like individual spacing for each of them, we can just do that. And that's just a check. Our counter is working. We can add and subtract people. We could even have negative people. I don't know how that works, but it's a feature, not a bug. So we have those, and then because we're using the text field input for Material UI, it doesn't show the color. Actually, I think one reason it's not showing the colors because I have it in dark mode. So let me change this to light mode. See if that changes anything. Yeah, there we go. All right, so yeah, we can actually pass in the correct properties there. So let's take in some props here. Let's say, and then we'll say placeholder. All right, so placeholder. Oh, and then we should actually use it, right? So then placeholder is going to be name, placeholder is going to be email, small text field, and this is going to have to take a placeholder. Okay, and then here we'll say placeholder is, what was it, month, day, year. Okay, and then placeholder here is going to be 09, placeholder clock, placeholder AM. Okay, cool, not too bad. And of course you could touch this up some more. You could add in the drop down and things like that. But just to kind of give us a general feeling of the thing. We have that, and then it looks like it's a bit taller. So I'm gonna say min height yeah, that looks a bit better. And then I'm gonna give it a max width of, and then this is on the book hero. So we'll say this and this, justify flex, justify content, space between. Good, just to give it a little space there. Align items flex start. I thought it was the default, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to align self to flex start. Maybe also taking in the logo into account, but anyhow. What else goes below? Oh yeah, and then there's this like decorative section here. I guess we can put that outside the box, and in another box we can just say background image URL. And it's going to be the same one. This one here. Oh, I should, yeah, no, that's right on the page. Background image. Okay, because it's within that, it wouldn't work. Okay, so then I'm gonna make this. This is gonna be separate on the book hero page, yeah. Yeah, there we go. We'll say background. Oh, and actually it's top, bottom, right? Yeah, definitely 60%. Okay, and then gonna bring in this image. Okay. And that looks pretty close. I think we just want to move the booking form down a little bit. And maybe move this stuff into its own. Okay, yeah, so within book hero now, the form. Good, that looks better, and it does have a box shadow. Good. And I think with the decoration, we can maybe give this. Good. Footer. Good. And that looks to me to be pretty close, minus the fonts and things like that, to what the actual design is. Let's give it a test out. We'll go here, we click Dine, we click Book a Table, we get back to where we're going. That looks pretty good. If we check the second button, it should still work the same way. And yeah, pretty much done. So this is a great piece to add to your portfolio if you want something that's just like going to showcase your ability to both use the router, you know, do a little bit with state here, work with a form. You could definitely send this somewhere. And then just do general stylings as well. Today, we're going to be building this rock, paper, scissors game. If you're new here, hi, my name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor who loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in learning how to code and potentially starting a career as a front-end web developer, check out that first link in the description below. Alright, so as you can see, it's a pretty straightforward rock, paper, scissors game if you ever played. There actually is some rules too, so we can show those later. Basically, what you're going to do is you'll pick one of the three, rock, paper, scissors, and then we'll surface which one you picked, and then the computer's going to be the other player. And so it's going to say the house picked, and then it'll show which one the computer picked. And then we're going to tally the score up in the top here, so we'll have a running total of how many times you've won essentially against the computer. And then, as I said, we'll have the rules as like a little pop-up modal at the bottom there. So pretty cool, pretty straightforward sort of game, but definitely gives us a lot of design challenges and things to work with. So let's hop into the project. So I've gone ahead and split up the app. This is using my Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript starter, using the app router that Next.js has. And then the design is from Frontend Mentor. This is actually one of their free designs, so definitely take advantage of it if you'd like to sort of build a game. It is one of the more advanced designs, so it definitely would look good on your portfolio. So to get started, I've gone ahead and brought in the images that they've provided to us. So they have rock, paper, scissors, you know, but the rest we'll have to build out ourselves. So I want to go ahead and first start by clearing out the styles here. These are just reset styles that I put in the starter. You can use them or not use them. And then, or probably that I left in the starter. But yeah, you use them or don't use them, up to you. And then, yeah, this is our home page. So I think what I want to do is I want to figure out the logic of this as well as the design. I think the first thing I want to do is, let me start a new folder called components. And I'm going to have to create a custom button. And then maybe these different views, or just we'll switch what shows up depending on, yeah, which one you click. All right, so first things first, let's create the button. So I'll say new file, button, custom button. And you can call this anything, but I'm just thinking like these are all buttons. And so that's what we're gonna have as our rock, paper, or our scissors. So it looks like, yeah, there's just this outline, this colorful outline, and then, yeah, a little bit of shadow. And again, we don't have to be pixel perfect, but we want to try and get as close to the design as possible. I'm also going to create a new folder with the data, new file, data.json. And we're just going to quickly make our buttons. So we're going to say, what should we call it? Rock, paper, scissors. I'm going to call it selection. Probably, again, choose whatever name you want to use. We're going to say rock. I'm going to give rock the ID. I don't know if we'll need an ID, but I do like to give the ID just in case we do need it. And then I want to also give it the color because we're going to have the, these colors are going to be specific. Actually, this, well, okay, we'll do paper first. I think it's this blue. That looks about right. And this is going to be the blue. So this is paper. And I'm just creating this little array of data so that when I loop through the buttons, it's a little bit easier. But totally not necessary. And I could also probably hard code it. We'll see. 3. I might end up actually having to hard code it now that I'm looking at it. But we'll figure that out. All right, cool. So we have rock there. With the button now, the button is going to take in. It's going to take in the image. Oh yeah, and then that's the other thing. I need the image. Image. And then we'll say, oops. Not what I was trying to do there. Paper. Copy relative path. Cool. So it's going to take in the image, which will be a string. It's going to take in the color, which will also be a string. I think that's it for the moment, because the name actually doesn't really matter to us at this time. It might though. We might need to bring it into the button. All right, cool. So then this now is going to start off as a button. We'll style out a material UI button. And then the color, the border is going to be probably like 6 pixels or more solid, and then color probably like 20 pixels. So the border the border radius is going to be like 50 around. We're trying to make it a circle here, and then on the inside we're going to have the image. Source equals image, alt equals, I guess we could take in the name. That would be a good accessibility feature. Alt will be the name. And then height, let's try 50, width, just putting in random numbers at this point. And then we can be specific after. And then on the home page now, I want to say import data from data/data.json. We'll say data.map, which button. And I don't think the map's going to work actually because I do need to place them specifically, but maybe that's another field we could pass to it. Let's say the key will be the ID, button.id. Oh, and it's going to ask for color string. Oh, it's not name. It's okay. I'll just change this to name. Actually, that's a better word. Name, and then ID. Oh, okay. It doesn't need the I. Perfect. Okay, so then, awesome. Not too bad, considering, you know, this is a really rough mock-up. I think we're going to make them a little bit bigger. 100 by 100. I guess the actual, maybe these are 75 by 75, but this is closer to height equals, let's go 200 pixels by 200 pixels, width equals 200 pixels. Save that. Okay. Yeah, not looking too bad. I think probably need to make this, as I said, like closer to 20. Looks pretty good. And then, yeah, we'll start off with that. As I said, I kind of want to get the logic right before we get too deep into the styling. So we have rock, we have paper, we have scissors. Now, what we want to happen is on click of the rock, paper, or scissors, we want to save that response. And then we want to do some sort of random call for the computer. And then if the two match, it's a tie. If rock, then we have to do the logic. So I think what we want to start, I think probably in this home page. We'll say use client, because we're about to be using a lot of state here. And we want to say const user selection, set user selection, use state, we'll start with null, and then import from React, and then const computer selection, set computer selection, use state, null. All right, and so we'll pass in set user selection, user selection, and then we'll say on click selection to be, I'm going to pass it name. I think we'll use that. Or I can do ID. It doesn't really matter, but we're going to do name for now. So set user selection to name. Okay, so then it's not going to be any. It's going to be a string. Oh, and it's going to give me an issue there. We're going to take this to be string or null. And this is a TypeScript thing. Again, if you're not doing TypeScript, you don't have to do a lot of the stuff I'm doing here in terms of the typing. Okay, so set user selection. And then we want to get the computer. So say const get computer selection. So out of, this is good we made data an object. So out of the data, we basically want to choose a random one. So I think, I looked this up earlier, you can do math.random. So you want to get a random, this is basically the actual function we want. We want to get a random number. Actually, I'm going to just copy this because that's pretty much exactly what we need to do. So we need to get a random number. Const get a random int. All right. And then max is a number. Whoops. Number. And I might move some of these into a utils function depending on how crowded this, or utils file, sorry, depending on how crowded this gets. But basically what we want to do is say const index equals get random int, and it will be 3. So yeah, 0, 1, or 2. Ooh, should we 0, 1, or 2? Const because it's going to give us an index. Okay, keep going. I might just add one to whatever the answer is. And then we want to set computer selection to be data index. And I think data index dot name. Sorry, data index dot name. There we go. And I think that is going to be how that works. So we get the computer selection, and then we say in a use effect, I think we want to call this when the user selection changes, we want to say set timeout. So this is going to basically give us a few seconds. And then, yeah, so we want to call get computer selection and then wait like 500 milliseconds or whatever. And then I want to just console.log user selection, and I want to console log computer selection. Yeah, I want to see if that works before we get too far into this. Okay, so refresh. Why is it giving rock already? Okay. Or maybe, okay, so it's automatically calling. This doesn't really matter, but, because I could just like fake, like it could have a choice already. I could just fake showing the choice. Also, I want to make sure it changes. So right now it's rock. Okay, it's scissors. Okay, so that would be a tie. Okay, cool. It does. Scissors. Rock. Why haven't we gotten paper? Paper was my choice. Oh, because I put +1, because I am being silly. Because I was trying to do it by ID. Okay, so now we're getting paper. Oh, we got paper and then we got scissors. Interesting. All right. Yeah, so what I'm saying is I could actually just call this in a set timeout after the user clicks. After the user clicks the custom button. I could then call get computer selection. So I could do that. I could say get computer selection. In the custom button, I say get computer selection. So get computer selection, and then say set timeout. And say get computer selection. 1,000 milliseconds, which is just 1 second. Get rid of that. And then now it should just call when, all right, so yeah, nothing, then I call that. Oh, it doesn't call. Let's try that. I just want to make sure it's actually changing. Oh, no. Okay. All right. Maybe we'll go back to the other way. Because I do really just want to make sure it calls. All right. So we'll leave it at that. We won't optimize and do all that right now. We might do this later. So we have our computer selection and our user selection. And then I think the last function we need is to declare the winner, right? So we say const declare winner. And so basically, there are a few scenarios that we have. So rock beats scissors. Scissors beats paper. Paper beats rock. All right, those are the scenarios. So we want to take in the user choice and I guess we don't need to make it a variable. We can just say so basically what I'm thinking, there are two steps to this. It's declaring which one won over which one, and then which user it belonged to. Okay, so maybe we could do a switch statement. Expression supplies. So we can do switch case case whatever it is, choice break. Okay. So we have the user selection, computer selection, switch I'm going to say const user selection, comma, computer selection. Can we do that? No. Okay. Basically, we want to compare these two first. So we'll say if user selection equals rock and computer selection equals, I was trying to optimize it, but this might be the fastest way to do it. Scissors, console log, user wins. Because this is going to result in like 6 different cases, which is not ideal. Else if scissors. Oh yeah, it's actually this one is easier. If user selection equals computer selection, we can just say it's a tie. Actually, I'm sure there's something I could do with the IDs here. Selection, and I think that should probably be our last. Else if we'll say else if user selection equals scissors and computer selection equals paper. Console.log. Oops. User wins. Else if user selection equals paper and computer selection equals rock. Console.log user wins. Right. Else. I think that's right. So these are all the scenarios in which the user could win. If the selection is rock and the computer selection is scissors. If the user selection is paper and the computer selection is paper. If the user selection is paper and it's rock. Those are the three scenarios in which the user wins. If it's rock and it is paper, they lose. If it's rock, yeah, and that's the only other choice. If it's scissors and it's rock, they lose. If it's paper and it's scissors, they lose. That makes sense. So we basically say all of these scenarios the user will win. If they are equal, it's a tie. Otherwise, the computer wins. So I think that's not bad. That's not bad in terms of logic. I was trying to like optimize it, but I think that's pretty much as good as we're gonna get right now. But if you have a better solution, put yours. Use yours in your scenario. So yeah, let's see if this works. Refresh. Okay, so it's prematurely calling it's a tie. So I hit paper. Oh, computer chose scissors. Okay. And then now I know. Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. So that works. The logic is working correctly. Good. So we then want at the end of I wonder if I should pass declare a winner to. Oh, and then let's set the points. Const user points. Set user points equals use state 0. And then that would be something we do here. We'll say set user points to user points plus 1 in these three scenarios. Okay, so those are the three scenarios in which the user gets more points. And then let me look at the design one more time. So oh, and then you hit a play again button. That's the important thing there. And then on hitting the play again button, you reset everything. Okay, so let's do two things. Let's set the background so we can actually see, because I'm going to make some of these white elements. Radial gradient. Okay, let's try that. Radial gradient. Okay. Borrow this. I'm going to go ahead and set the background to that. Body, HTML, background color, radial. Oops. Pass that in. And then this will be the other one. Save that. And then we'll say background repeat, no repeat. Good. And then we'll say the page height 100 view. Okay, good. And then overflow hidden. Good. Okay, great. So we have that. touch up the styling on the button a little bit. So we'll say that. We'll say background color is going to be white, I'm assuming. Say white for now. Great. So we have that. And then we need a couple of different components. We'll say new file. New file header. Is there like a logo? There is a logo. Okay. So we'll say turn this into a box. And we'll say the border. I have a feeling it's this color. And border radius, maybe 1 rem. And then we'll have the logo. Copy relative path. And then alt equals logo, height 200, width 200. And then we'll have, this is going to take in points. What do we call it? User points. And this is going to be right here, and that's going to be a box. Save that. And then we'll have 2 typography elements. So we'll say typography, let's say score, and then we'll have the actual score. User points. I'll say display flex direction column, justify content center, padding 1 rem, border radius 1 rem, 2 rem. Color is going to be this color, and the color of that is going to be this color. Nope, didn't grab all of it. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. This one here, this is going to be a flex box. Flex. Justify content, space between. You also need a little bit of margin or padding, padding. 1.5 rem. And yeah, let's try that. Let's put this on the page. And oops, user. There we go. No, okay. User points. Cool. All right, doesn't look too bad. Pretty close. I think I'm gonna wrap this whole thing in a container instead. I'm gonna say max width equals large. Oops, large. Not too bad. I think we can probably make the logo a little wider. Maybe 300, 100. looks pretty good. And then I'm going to say cool. Looks pretty good. And I guess we might, I might just make this into a thing. So instead of doing that, I might do custom button data 0, data 0, ID. What was that first one? Which is a little bit annoying, just because then if I have to make any change, I have to do it individually. But I think it's going to allow me to style it better. Why are there 4 of them? Okay, there we go. Good. I was wondering. I was like, why? Where did the extra one come from? All right, so we have those 3. I'm going to put them in a box, of course. Oh, and I got rid of box, and I was like, where's the box? Okay, put it in a box. I wonder if that triangle, there is a triangle. Oh, okay, cool. It's like background. Image is URL. Oops, URL. Okay, good. Background. Repeat. No repeat. Good. Align, center align. Header width %. Page for this one, I will say width 70%. Let's say, all right, how's okay. And then background position. Okay. Oh, why did it disappear? It's like there, but it's not there. Height. It's there. Let's say flex direction column. Okay, getting there. pass in SX props. Okay. Good. And then we're gonna just make this a little slimmer. Nice. All right, that's pretty close. I'm pretty content with that. We can make it a little slimmer. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. All right, cool. So we have our rock, paper, scissors. All right, that's just the first hurdle. So this is just how we click it. So once we click it now, we need something to change. So on click, we want this now to show up. You picked and the house picked. All right, so I think what we should do is maybe have different slides. New file will say step 1, and then we'll show this. What else do we need? Oh, yeah, the data. Do we want pass data? We definitely need to pass set user selection. Do we want to pass data? Yeah, we can just pass data. Okay, and then here we'll say, oops, step 1, data equals data, set user selection equals set user selection. Cool, so that should look perfect. Looks exactly the same. Refresh, yeah, looks exactly the same. Cool. So we have that. So that's step 1. New file. Say step 2. So for step 2, we want it to be this. You picked and the house picked. Okay, so we'll say, just create a little typography element there. Typography. Say you picked, and it's going to be color is right, and then and it was 24 pixels bold. All right, 24 pixels bold. You picked, the house picked, the house picked. I'm gonna wrap these two in a box. Oops. Justifying content, space between. flex, direction column. And then in the second box, we're gonna have the choice. So we need to say step 2, we need to say, all right, user selection equals null. Step 1, right? Step 2, selection does not equals null. Then we show step 2, right? So when the user has no choice, we show step 1, then we show step 2. And then we're going to pass in user selection. And then we're going to take that in. Oops. And that is going to be a string. Oops, string. And then what we're going to do, we're going to say const user choice equals data dot filter for the choice, where the choice dot name equals the user selection. We're going to import data from data.json. Okay, cool. And then we're going to bring in a custom button. Probably should have named that better, but anyway, custom button, and the pass in data. Set use. Oh yeah, so we need to make that optional. This is an optional thing now. On click if if set user selection. Great. Step 2, where we have set image color name. Oh, sorry, not data. User choice. No? Okay, we'll just type it out then. All right, image color name. So image equals user choice dot image. Oh, no. Right. No, okay. Dot find. Okay, cool. That's an image, name. Color. Color. Okay, cool. So we have that there. What else? What else? Oh, right. So we have the first box, which is the custom button. Then the second is just a box. Oopsies. Box. And then we'll say, oops, I broke something. All right, let's go back. box. It's going to be self-closing. And we'll say the background color is going to be this. What color is that? Or do we get an image? I don't think we get an image though. Yeah, it's just going to be whatever color that is, which I suspect is the second color here. Could be wrong though. Background color, border, radius, 50 rem, height. What? This will be the same height as the button. Height and width 200. 200 pixels. Save that. And so we have this. We'll say display flex. And then justify content space between. All right, so let's try that out. So we have this, click that. Okay, awesome, you picked the house pick, perfect. Let's make it a little bit wider. Width 100%. Okay, maybe not, maybe 50%. All right, and then we'll say margin top 5 rem. Great. And then we'll say margin bottom 2 rem. Great. You picked, the house picked. Something to that effect. And then now, this is why I wanted the computer selection to come after, because now it's going to be a little bit weird. All right, so how do we determine we could I'm thinking we could have a set timeout and then just pass that to, if we pass in the computer selection, all right? Computer selection into step 2. All right, and then timeout. $5,000. And then could say const show show results, set show results, and then yeah, we'll turn this. So we'll say set show results to be true, and then this is either going to be results. If true, we want it to be a custom button. Say computer choice. Then we'll pass in the same thing. So we'll say image equals image good. Okay. And computer choice, if true, yeah, if false, show that. And then this is string or no. Interesting. Okay. Do that. So that should work. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. Yay! Okay, awesome. Maybe it's a little bit too long, but that worked. So then we are now showing results, and then I guess we could have done this in a separate component as well. No, I think doing it in this component makes sense. Does it? Yeah, well, that works because the use effect works. And then yeah, so then we'll just put in the play again here. So you gonna pass in, gonna set the result here. Set const result, set result, oops, result. Did I call it result in here too? Okay. We're gonna pass result here. And we're going to display, oh, we're gonna say result, oh, result is a string or null. Result, and then we'll say result, and then we'll have a button that says play again. I'll say, oops, let's zoom in here. And this is only going to show if show results. Yeah, okay. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, house picked. Play again. Okay, cool. So yeah, we need to set the text. So set user points. Instead, we'll say set result to be you win. Is it just you win? Yep, that's it. You win. All right, we'll change this to be a string. You win. You win. I could have just done this. Yep, you win. I will say it's a tie, and then I'll say house wins. Oops. Oh yeah, house. Oops, okay. Good. Yes, that works. House wins. And then, yeah, that should work. So that's, I should change this to like 3 seconds, but anyway. House wins. All right, let me style this up a little bit. Step 2. Six bold. $800. Okay, good. And then now with the on click of the button, we want it to reset to this state. So we need what this is determined whether user selection equals null. User selection equals null. So then we want to set user selection. Set user selection. Set user selection. Oops. And then on click. Set user selection to be null. Go. Should import it. That would be useful. Okay, good. So let's try it. Okay, that logic's not working, but let's click play again, but it does reset. All right, so we got a couple things to fix up there. If user selection, it's a tie. Let's, we're console logging user selection, console logging computer selection. Let's see, and then I'm gonna lower this because this takes a while. Let's do 2 seconds just so we can test it. All right, refresh. House wins, correct. I win, correct. House wins, correct. I win, that's correct. Okay, let me see what happens. It's a tie. It's a tie. Okay, maybe it just wasn't working last time. House wins. Yeah, see this. Why is when it's paper? And it's paper, computer selection. Ah, at one point it was scissors. I'm not quite sure how to solve for that, so that might just be something we have to live with. Let's see. Also the score. That style is not correct. Let's go back to the header. Okay. And then we'll say okay. Adding. Okay, cool. So let's play. It's a tie. Play again. House wins. Wait, no. House picked paper. Ah, but at some point the house picked rock. That's why I want it to just trigger when we pass it in. Actually, what if I do it in here? I wonder if that will work. Paper, computer chose rock. Yes, it works. Rock. No! It keeps the rock, but now it's showing paper. What if oh, maybe I should make it null. Yeah, because it starts off as null. Declare winner. Set computer selection. Set user selection. Set computer selection. And then set computer selection to null. Alright, let's try this again. Paper, scissors, that's correct. Okay, and they're both null now. House wins. Yes, that's correct. House wins. House wins. Computer selection, scissors. User selection, rock. No, but I should win. Selection, rock, computer selection. So that's just a logic issue at this point. Let me look at the logic. If user selection rock and computer selection equals scissors, result, scissors, scissors. I spelled scissors, right? If user selection equals scissors. I'm not sure. Should be a tie. Weird. Why is it saying the house wins? Is it? Oh, maybe I have to. Do I have to reset the result too? I think that's the issue. I'm being silly. Right, so from now it already has a decision. It's a tie. And then it changes to house wins, which is correct. But now, okay, so it's saying it's a tie again. Pick scissors. It goes back to the original result. House wins. So where are we? We're declaring the winner. Maybe I'm calling that in the wrong place. Maybe I need to call it here. Let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. Declare winner. And also reset the results. Excuse me. All right, let's say declare winner should be in here. So we get computer selection. I'm going to do 2 set timeouts. Set timeout. Declare winner. And I pass that just a quick 500. And then I pass declare winner, declare winner. All right, let's try that now. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. No, that's wrong. Oh, jeez. I think it's because, okay, so it's not resetting result. Oh, goodness. This is a lot of prop drilling. I should probably move a lot of this around. Or it's an empty string. What did it start off as? Yes. No! Result. Paper, rock. Result is house wins. It's something to do with the logic, and I'm just not seeing it. That's correct, though. In that case, that's right. No, in that case, that's not right. Okay, so when it gets down here, what is user selection? But no, we have what user selection is, right? Like, we see it right there. This is a scenario where user selection equals scissors and computer selection equals paper. Maybe could we do it without strict equals? But I wonder if there's just gonna match on. I'm not sure why this isn't working. It's some kind of like race condition where I'm just calling things in the wrong order. This one const reset game. I'm just gonna try and optimize a few things and see if that helps at all. So I'm gonna move all of these into one called reset game. I'm just gonna pass that instead of prop drilling, like 3 of these. Now, this is another important thing to do, just to clean up. Like if you're messing around and trying to figure out how something works, just clean up your components once you've sort of figured out what you need to do. What do we use result? We actually have a show result. Actually, I'm not really sure why this is in here. Because we pass in, do we pass in user selection and computer selection? I guess it's because otherwise we'd have to prop drill it. Let me try doing this. I'm gonna create a new folder called utils. And I'm gonna bring this into there and see if that makes any kind of difference. Just gonna say selection, computer selection, set result, and set user points and user points. Okay, we'll export that. And then, how do we declare the winner? Okay, and a use effect. No. What's all of these? All right, let's see if this works. I don't know if this is gonna work. Yeah, because then it never... They didn't do any of the console logging. It didn't work. All right. Bring that back. If you know the answer to the problem, feel free to comment down below. I'm going to give this 5 more minutes and then we're going to end it if we can't figure it out. And I'll post what the real solution was. Okay, see, that works. But it's just because it's defaulting to the 5th option. I wonder if we change it to a switch. Oh, this is silly, but I wonder if it would work. Okay. That would be really silly if that worked. Yeah, no, it's something in the data. Paper null. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Ah, okay. There we go. We're getting an answer now. So the second response is always no. Oh, that's so interesting. So why is it that's null? Because we're getting computer selection. Like, it's literally right there. But within... Oh, that's so interesting. All right, so what if this has to take in comp select? Like that's just a requirement. Okay, and then we'll say computer selection. Yeah, okay. Comp select string. Good. And then computer selection. String. Okay. Oh, no, hold on. Okay. Now let's try it. Still no. You know, this all broke when I decided to get, I decided to move where we call the get computer selection. What if I put this back in here? What if you just do that first? The body of a function. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay, so we have the computer selection. It's a tie. All right, that works. But the house didn't pick anything. Oh, I already have that there. My bad. Let's see if that works. Why is it always the same? Okay, there we go. Good. Good. Yes. Okay, I'm satisfied that that is now working. Whew, that took a lot. And it was totally unnecessary. All right. If I... You know what? Well, I just don't like this dynamic. Let me just run it one more time with comp select. Or can I just run it now that I've changed it? Like, right? Yes. 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 Okay, that seems to be working. Okay, I'm satisfied that that is working as expected. So I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. So we'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of comp select. Take it out of here. We don't need it anymore. And it's good to, as I said, just clean this stuff up when you realize you don't need it anymore. So this is going to get the first result, get the first computer selection when game loads, gets all subsequent computer selections. Excuse me. All right. All right, cool. So yeah, it did get a little bit messy. Some of these I could actually export to a util. So like this, I'm gonna move into my utils here. This one I could also move. But yeah, overall, I'm pretty content with that. It did take a little bit longer than I thought. But seems to be working as expected. So yeah, we used, not the best algorithm in the world, but we used this function to determine whether or not the user was the winner or the computer was the winner. We realized we had an error with it just because we weren't actually checking whether or not the result from the computer was being passed in time, and really just wasn't being passed to the function in the correct timing. So that was the issue there. But we just needed to call it at a different point in order for that to work correctly. So once we got that, we passed that to our game, and then now when we click on our rock, paper, scissors, they load correctly and we get correct results. The only thing I might wait to do is like display the points. I noticed that the points were updating prior to the I wonder if, or no, if I just put them together, I wonder if that works. The points were updating prior to the game actually being called, which wasn't great, because then you know if you won or not. Like, that works. I seem to always win at this game. Now that we changed it, there's no losing. Okay, no, there's just win. All right, cool. So that seems to work. So if you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button. If you want to see more content like this, feel free to subscribe down below. And if you want to see the rest of the videos in this challenge, I'll leave a link to the playlist up here so you can check those out. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.